Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you that freedom! Freedom!
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. You can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab, that's
Let's
a nice
click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there's a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam! It gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan. Hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely.
And queen takes f3. Oh, what is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive.
Play live online against the world's top chess players while they stream their thoughts live. As a Chess24 Premium member, seize the chance to have your moment of fame. Get a peek inside their lives with question and answer sessions, in-depth teaching, analysis and interviews. The Champions Chess Tour, with countless accompanying events, is happening now. Tune in on Chess24.
Nice little username there in Fisher Firuzia. The third best and 136th best player of all time.
Yeah, let's take some other challenge here. Ocean Storm is a Grandmaster. Let's not exaggerate, guys. We just started. Let's not take a Grandmaster. Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive. D4, Knight F6.
Yeah, stop playing with my rating, guys. That's becoming a bit embarrassing. I mean, what is this stream if not an opportunity for my mods to roast me? Like, there's really no other reason for me to stream apart from that.
Bishop 3. Rook A2 back. Yeah, I'm not going to accept a draw, of course. We're not in a charity business here.
And a queen check comes. Another queen check. Okay, now you are pre-moving. This is very smart, but I can also pre-move a mate in 2. Okay, thank you for the game, and it wasn't rated. I mean, okay, I'm done. So sorry, guys. I'm not going to banter anymore. This wasn't rated. This was freaking unrated. No, I mean, okay. Most chickenish way to play. I mean, unrated. I'm amazed. I'm just amazed. Okay, if anyone can replace me in this banter, sorry. Okay, let's play against Julia Brazil. It's 3+2, but this will be my your revenge, so I'll make this game last forever.
Ay. Such a beast. Yeah, okay, this is pointless. Okay. Good game. What were we saying? There. Okay.
Let's briefly see if Frenchman has challenged me. It's hard to find. Probably should go to his account and see. Ooh, H6. H3. Hello! G5. Didn't see it coming, eh? Mate? Who's funny now, eh? Harigiri? Oh, knight H2. Like this. Knight H2. Please don't hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Boom.
You don't accept my challenge.
Okay, I will accept. I didn't see a challenge.
You're too afraid.
I'm not afraid. I didn't see your challenge. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you go, please? I'm shy.
I'm
can you
gonna
please
sit next to you.
No, can you
while
please
you're
go?
playing.
No, please. Can you go somewhere else?
Okay, no Frenchman. Next is me.
Yeah. Okay.
And you challenge.
Okay. No Frenchman. Being tossed around here by my wife.
Hello, Miss Tactics. Hello there. So, Pico, we get a play before my manager is back in the office. Ooh. That's, I think your manager should understand and challenge me as well.
I've also been told many a time, Jan, just fix the shit. Stop asking the audience if they can hear or see you. And also, stop cursing. I believe that type of feedback has been given to me. More than once, probably like thrice.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show me that freedom!
Well,
Hello everyone and welcome to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is the finals of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational and I am super thrilled to be here because it promises to be an absolutely spectacular finish to what has already been a very topsy-turvy and absolutely incredible event so far. Few would have actually predicted the final that we've set ourselves up for. Let's take a look at how the semifinals ended because that was something that shocked us all. Lots of surprising twists and turns there. Let's start with the Anish Wesley matchup. That was a very, very even matchup on paper, and of course Wesley So has been so much in form throughout the tour as well. He's been the winner of 2 previous Champions Chess Tour events, absolutely on his A game. Anish Giri, very, very impressive as well for the past few months. He won the Tata Steel and only lost out in the playoffs there. After that, we saw him qualify. But he never really made it to the finals of any of the Champions Chess Tour events. The big question was what would happen in this one, and he did it convincingly. Anish Giri took the lead in their first set, and on day 2, we saw him completely unstoppable. If anyone had any chances, in fact, it was Anish himself. Wesley failed to create anything over the board. Complete control of the match sees Anish into the finals for the first time in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. But the surprising match, the absolute up and down shocker, was the Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi matchup. When it started started, 85% of you believed that it was going to be Magnus Carlsen through to the finals, and I don't blame you. A clear favorite, at least on paper, but Jan Nepomniachtchi on that first set took the match away. And then when day 2 started, Magnus started with a loss in game 2. And we've always known and seen the world champion actually get to the very, very top of the chess world by being the one who squeezes out these technical wins from seemingly dry positions. But on day 2, it was Jan who did exactly that in a complex endgame and took it to game 3 with the lead. Few of us believe that Magnus would be able to make a comeback from that point. He needed to win 2 straight games, but if anybody is capable of that, it is the world champion, and he did exactly that. Game 3 was a very, very crazy ride. He managed to win it in a complicated middle game. Finally, in game 4, it all came down to that, but Jan never stood a chance in that night off. Yes, Jan took a crazy decision to play the night off in just needing a draw, but we know Jan, how fearless he is. It didn't work out, and we had a playoff. Now, in a playoff, Magnus Carlsen just is such a big favorite. One can't imagine him losing. We haven't seen that happen actually before. The first game ended in a draw. The world champion chose black for that game, ended in a draw, and then in that absolutely epic queen pawn blitz, queen pawn endgame, Jan Nepomniachtchi showed some incredible technique and knocked off the world champion. It was just, I mean, I still think about it. I couldn't sleep all night because I was thinking about this matchup and just all the ups and downs that happened. We then saw an interview, and I think Magnus just summed up the match really, really well when he mentioned that it was decided in the blitz, because it was all about the players keeping their nerves, keeping the tension, dealing with the tension, and the quick shift in format from going from playing rapid to blitz, all of that, and who would come out on top of it. And finally, as Magnus said it himself, Jan just handled all of that better. The disappointment was very, very clear, as we can see from what he said. He summed up his performance of the Invitational, mentioning that he's very disappointed with his play on set 2, and he wishes Jan all the very best for what's coming up. Because take a look at what's coming up. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Anish Giri in the finals. Now, Anish has just been so well prepared, universal style of play, absolutely in great shape, just on fire. He's also shown immense time management. On the other hand, Jan Nepomniachtchi always putting pressure on the clock, aggressive, fearless, regardless of what the match situation is, so tricky in complicated position, and legend level clock handling. So this is a matchup I'm super excited about. It is an absolutely fresh final that we are going to be witnessing. And let's take a look at how the players got here. Anish Giri beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the quarterfinals and in the semis, Wesley. And his performance in the preliminaries was also absolutely spectacular, finishing second place. He was the one who was leading the preliminaries pretty much throughout the end, when pretty much at the last moment, it was game 13 when Magnus managed to leapfrog him in the standings. But then overall, a brilliant performance by the Dutch number 1. Jan Nepomniachtchi, no less at all. He did find himself in a bit of a trouble for the first 2 days of the preliminaries, but after that, just completely on fire as well. He on his path to the finals, and few can boast of this. He beat Hikaru Nakamura in the quarters and the world champion in the semis. So this is also their final face-off before the candidates resume, because the players will be playing against each other as soon as that happens. So lots of psychological battle at play here as well. Now, we asked Jan what his prep for this finals is going to be like, and this is what he had to say about it. Not so much on the chess angle, but he needs to keep the Twitter battle going before the games begin. And of course, this is all a fun and game. Because when it came to talking about the matchup that's coming on, this is what Jan Nepomniachtchi had to say. Now, we can neither confirm nor deny whether Yoda is the official mascot for Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, but the theme continues, the journey into space continues with Jan saying, always do, there are no more, no less, a master and an apprentice. It is going to be about these two taking each other on. Now, while Jan is turning to Yoda for inspiration, Anish Giri turns to Eminem, because take a look at this, a certain diss track with a certain line that does refer to a certain man band after Stan, Son, listen man, that is, I think it's amazing. I've got to say, I'm kind of loving all this Twitter battle, but of course it comes down to who will fire the first kill shot on the board as we are about to begin set 1 of the finals. The players are going to be playing 4 rapid games today, 15 minutes with a 10-second increment per move, and only if after set 2 do we have a tie, only if tomorrow there's a tie, then we go on to a playoff with 5 minutes and a 3-second increment. Now, of course, Anish finished second in the preliminaries, which means it is going to be his prerogative to pick colors if required. As we can see, the higher seeds select colors. What are the players fighting for? A lot, because these two find themselves in the finals for the first time. The winner gets a direct spot into the finals of the Champions Chess Tour in September. Of course, that big spot at stake, and there's a guaranteed $40,000, while the winner goes home with an additional $20,000. So a big jump on the paycheck there as well. Now, it's not just prize day coming up for our players, but also for our viewers, and I am so excited about this one because there's just a mega prize in this one. There's going to be a quiz that we've got for our audience today, and it's going to start at 5 p.m. Central Time, CET time, and this is the question that you have to answer. Which is your favorite chess game? So think about it. You still have a little bit of time. And at 5 p.m., I'm going to again bring this up when we are closer to the time. But on Twitter, this will be up on the Champions Chess Tour official account, Chess24 official account, and on the Opera account. This is your chance to win big, because take a look at what are the prizes for this one. Absolutely huge. You get to win the complete Mastery not the Mastery Blunder, but the Mastery Bundle with Anish Giri's Sicilian Naidov Chessable course. I mean, I don't think anyone needs to say anything about this course anymore. Just Anish's gameplay has done all the talking for it. You also get a 1-year Chessable Pro membership, as well as a 1-year Chess 24 premium membership and the Magnus Trainer membership. So a lot of prizes to be won for this one. You have to tell us which is your favorite chess game of all times on Twitter. Remember, it goes live at 5 p.m. I will be reminding you one more time, but I cannot wait to see what your answers are. And one lucky winner will win all these cool prizes. So lots at stake today and tomorrow. But for now, I do see that we are being joined by our chess expert, Grandmaster Peter Leko. So let's bring Peter on. Peter, are you here with us? All right, we're just going to connect to him shortly. I think he is just about to join. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what our audience had to say about this epic final that we've set ourselves up for. Let's bring the polls up, the Instagram polls, and this is what you had to say about it. Here we have it. It is Anish Giri versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, a 68% favorite Anish and 32% to Jan. Once again, I seriously think that you guys are underestimating the Russian Grandmaster, the Russian superstar. He has been on fire, defeating Hikaru and Magnus on his way to the finals. Of course, Anish as well, but I do think that this is a little overestimation here, but we'll find out. And in all the excitement of the finals, I have completely forgotten about our fight for the 3rd place. It's just an incredible matchup as well. These two have been fighting for the finals in 2 of our events, but today it is going to be about Magnus Carlsen taking on Wesley So for the fight for the 3rd place. Magnus has currently lost 2 matches in a row. Can he save himself from losing a 3rd straight set? With that, I do see we are finally being joined by Peter, so let's welcome him. Hi, Peter.
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everybody. Yeah, it's super exciting. I mean, I also have the feeling, like we are in for 2 finals because the match Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So, I think lot of prestige there at stake. I understand Magnus mentioned yesterday that he doesn't really care about the 3rd place, but I think he cares more about taking revenge on Wesley So. I mean, he has lost 2 finals to him, and definitely psychologically very, very important there for Magnus to show Wesley that, you know, now I gonna beat you. And on the other hand, Wesley, as he always said, he doesn't need any extra motivation against Magnus because just facing the world champion is already motivation enough. I'm expecting a very, very big and intense fight there. And we also have our big final between Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi. I did hear the poll, and definitely I'm not agreeing with those assessment because the whole point is that I do feel that Anish on one side little bit is kind of the favorite because of his opening knowledge, that probably especially now that the candidates is just approaching, maybe for him it's easier to play good openings without showing exactly his real intentions for the candidates. But I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi is such an incredible fighter and such a creative player over the board that I'm pretty sure that Jan will compensate with his creativity this lack of eventual concrete opening knowledge. So I would give 50-50 there.
Also, Peter, I have to say for me, the most exciting is, of course, the fight for the first place here. Now, these two players find themselves for the first time in the finals. Neither of them have a spot in the Champions Chess Tour final either. So lots at stake. You mentioned the candidates, the extra $20,000, the spot for the September finals. And more than anything, I love it when we've got a new fight, a new matchup. And that's exactly here. Nepomniachtchi taking on Anish Giri, also a clash of styles in some way. We do see that Jan is very, very aggressive. He's extremely fearless, goes for the most complicated line. Anish also is up to the task, but in general, he is also a lot more pragmatic than Jan. Surprisingly enough, both of them have a lot of similar opening choices.
Yeah, I mean, the Najdorf is the type of opening that Jan usually plays. But Anish is the one who studies them all the time. Yeah, so we can see that Jan Nepomniachtchi is basically relying on his feeling often in the Najdorf, and Anish with all the scientific approach, checking all the positions with all the engines. It's kind of a scary spot, and we did see in the preliminaries that Jan actually defeated Anish by surprising him, going for a offbeat Pausen line. And disbalancing Anish, that was the golden strategy to defeat Anish there. Now, of course, Anish has definitely adjusted his play. I mean, all those sidelines or surprises will not really surprise Anish because he kind of feels that this is very much possible. And one thing I also want to say that it's of course about glory, it's about prize money, about direct qualification for the finals and so on. But I also feel that there is a lot of psychological battle there because they will be playing the very first game in the candidates, a very, very important game there coming up, and whoever wins this match might have the psychological advantage in that first game in the candidates. So I do see that this is also one of the most important things about this match, that both players want to make sure that they come to the candidates with some kind of a psychological edge over the opponent.
It is their final face-off before that candidates match, which resumes on the 19th of April, I think it is. And currently Anish is a point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. So if he's able to do something about that, he could be the one who would join in with the leaders. But for now, it is all about this finals. Yes, lots at stake. I think it's going to come down to this opening preparation and what happens in the first game, Peter, which might set the tone for the rest of the match today. Jan has to be really careful. Now, the one standout point about Anish has just been the kind of prep that he's been bringing on the board. He has been preparing very hard for the candidates, and I think that just goes on to show in the performance he's had at the event so far. We're seeing an Anish who's an absolute beast mode. With his opening preparation, Jan, on the other hand, has to survive that part of the game and make sure that he doesn't get into trouble too early on in the game. Meanwhile, for Anish, it's going to be about the clock handling. We've seen Jan be so strong with that, putting so much pressure on the clock. Anish, meanwhile, has to make sure he doesn't go into a big think tank at any point in the game, at least very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when Jan gets, this kind of playable positions where he feels that he knows what he's doing and he's comfortable and putting also the pressure on the clock on the opponent, that's kind of a very, very unpleasant thing for his opponent. And Anish, definitely also we have seen by Magnus in the match that he was trying to set the tone right out of the opening. Also mentioned in the interview that, yeah, you have to try to put Jan under as much pressure as possible in the opening phase. And we have liftoff. Anish starts with...
liftoff, Peter, and we also have our 4 players on camera. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri in the finals. Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So fighting for 3rd place.
Yes, and there we see that this is somewhat of a surprising opening because Jan Nepomniachtchi has opted for e4, c5, knight f3, e6. So he wanted to go again to some kind of a pausen. And Anish said, you know what? I don't want to get into those things. Let me test you. How good are you prepared in all these Alapin Sicilians with the twist that the moves knight f3, e6 had been limiting black's options. So black has to play with or black goes for the d5 setup. And the big question is how big knowledge Jan Nepomniachtchi will have in this position. One thing we have to mention that Johann Sebastian, the Christians, and the second of Jordan Van Forest, who has done a chessable course, and we have been already talking about this, that Johann Sebastian was the second of Jordan Van Forest, and Jordan Van Forest is a very, very good friend of Anish Giri, and probably just not a friend, teammate, and also working colleague. So it could easily be that, you know, they have been preparing together this surprise. And the big question is really, how much does Jan know exactly about this specific line?
That's actually a very cool insight because Johann Sebastian has done an entire course of the Alapin and these structures. He did help Jordan in Jordan's debut Tata Steel as well as the 2021 Vaikanze. In 2020, Jordan with great success used the Alapin and had some brilliant results with it as well. So now we see Anish Giri employing the same line, the same structures. Peter, I think you're on point with that perhaps there is a little bit of preparation that's gone into it between these Dutch players, friends, rivals, but before rivals, actually very good friends.
Yeah, exactly. I do remember some pictures seen last year before the candidates that they have been together in a training camp. That's kind of one of those pictures that it's in my mind, and that's how I, you know, connect Anish with Jordan as training partners, not just opponents. But the point is that Jan plays the French, yeah, he often plays also the French, and this c3 Alapin when black plays with d5, ed, queen d5, and has the pawn on e6, actually it reminds me very much of all kinds of French structures. So in this regard, if Jan survives the first couple of moves, just strategically speaking, he knows this type of positions, he feels them. The bigger question is that will Anish actually try to get the maximum out of it, and black will not be able objectively to equalize. But feeling wise, I think Jan should be quite happy. It's more about concrete specific questions that he should be afraid of.
And he's definitely taken by surprise at this choice that Anish went for. I do not believe that Jan would have been expecting this at all, or even given it a little bit of thought that this was probably what is going to be happening. I think playing second move e6, he probably expected himself to be the one coming on the board with the slight surprise there. But Anish, well prepared, taking this into a territory that we see Jan already taking a couple of minutes at a very early stage. And this is what we were talking about. Opening preparation by Anish just seems to be on an A game in this entire tournament. Of course, as a line and structurally, it's absolutely fine for black. We can see in the position itself, no particular weaknesses. The main question is just to develop correctly. A few accurate moves and black is doing well. Peter, but what are these few accurate moves, and what are the subtleties that black needs to be careful about? Because it's pretty clear that position-wise, strategy-wise, black is doing absolutely fine if he gets out with a good development.
Exactly. I mean, basically, black has two very important issues. First of all, bringing his king to safety. So moves like bishop e7 short castle are basically standard. And then you want to get b6, bishop b7 in. And if black gets those four moves in, black is just perfect. I mean, there are just no hopes for white to ever be better in the position. However, if we do see that, for example, black plays a move like bishop e7, and then white goes somewhere exactly, I don't know when, but he goes knight e5. Black plays the move short castle, and white, for example, just develops the bishop. Okay, let's even make the moves just to see what I'm talking about. Then already the move b6 will never be so easy because there is the hole on c6, and white will immediately jump with the knight to c6. So it would be logical for black to try to play the move queen c7, again threatening with the move b6, bishop b7. And then probably white wants to play the move bishop f3, making sure that black is not able to play b6. And those posing some problem for the development. Let's see if this is what's going to happen, or maybe Anish has some more direct aggressive intentions. We do see bishop e7 happen, and Anish puts the bishop to d3, short castle, and he goes queen c2. Okay, this is then the other, that's the other justification behind taking with the bishop on d4, that you want to go long castle and then go g4, g5, especially after the move h6. This is again some very standard way of reacting in the French. Usually we see this in the Rubinstein d takes e4 French, that white wants to go g4 and just crush the opponent. But of course, black has his own play. But this is going to be very, very sharp and very, very dangerous for Jan. I mean, he has to, now next move is probably g4, and also some slow knight e5 g4s are also in the air. So yeah, Jan goes b5 immediately. He knows that he has no time to waste. He has to get his bishop to the diagonal, because then white will have some trouble pushing g4, then the knight on f3 will be vulnerable. We are in for a very, very thrilling, exciting fight.
The moment you say it's a French structure, we know that Jan knows exactly how to handle those, similar to the French structure in the Rubinstein variation. And here we see Jan again picking up pace and making these moves fast because he is familiar with plans. Let's just back up to that moment when Anish decided to not try to target the c6 square, but this other very direct plan of putting pressure on the h7 point and justifying capturing the d4 pawn with the bishop. After queen c2, there is a direct threat of taking on f6 and picking up the h7 pawn, which actually provokes black to make a kingside weakness. By pushing one of these pawns become an early target for a move like g4, g5. After long castle, that's the plan, but I like how Jan is not giving white the time to proceed with g4, g5 easily. He first plays queen a5, hitting the pawn on a2. So wait a minute, still no g4. White has to step with the king to b1 and immediately opening the b7 square for the bishop. Once again, Peter, g4, you don't really care about a move like knight g4, but you've got to care about a move like bishop b7, pinning that knight, which makes me feel that white still can't go with the plan that he wants to blow open black's king with g4, g5.
Yes, that's exactly the point. And now we have seen that finally Anish is slowing down. So after the move long castle, queen a5, king b1, b5, it's the very first moment of the game when Anish is taking his time. A tough decision also psychologically, because you really feel like, you know, you want to go g4 and g5, but this g4, bishop b7, I mean, let's just quickly take a look at what can arise, because the knight is hanging on f3. You don't really feel that the move queen e2 is justified, because it's a little bit slow. It might give black exactly that one extra tempo that he needs to generate counterplay, maybe with bishop d5, already creating threats on the a2 pawn. And I'm not exactly sure that you can make moves like a3 so easily. Maybe it's possible. Maybe bishop d5 is not, but from white side, you feel that if I have to play queen e2, it's not exactly what I want. Maybe also black gets b5, b4 in, immediately the queen also guards, what? Anish goes bishop e4 immediately. This is the reason why I said what, was that it's very, very counterintuitive to give up the light squared bishop, because this light squared bishop is the soul of white's possession. But the justification is that after knight takes e4, queen e4, now the rook on a8 is hanging. And after rook b8, white simply plays queen e5 with double attack on the rook on b8 and on the g7 pawn with checkmate. So once you spot this, that it's impossible to capture on e4, then you are attracted to it, that, okay, let me see. Then I stopped kind of bishop b7. However, now black is already threatening to take. White needs to follow it up with very, very aggressive. Does he intend to try to win the exchange, but black has bishop b7. I mean, this is a very, very nice way of reacting to bishop e5, that you have the move bishop b7. Solving the problem. Of course, Anish goes knight e5. He wants to go after the c6 square. This is very, very tempting, but this is now very, very forcing, because black might be able to capture the bishop, get the bishop to b7. I understand maybe even white has the intermediate move knight c6, but I'm feeling wise not really worried of this. It's more like after knight takes e4, I want to see the line queen takes e4, bishop b7, and queen g4, threatening something on g7, threatening some fork with knight d7. However, these positions are very, very tricky. I mean, super sharp.
Super sharp. And this particular position that you have up on the analysis board, let's just get that back on with the move queen g4 that you were looking at. Takes on e4, a normal developing move, stopping knight c6, queen g4. And black doesn't even have time to make a move like f5, trying to hit the queen. Amongst other options, white can also just head in with queen g7, king g7, and jump in with a knight to c6. Let's just try and have that line on the board. And after king g7, of course, this is not the only way, but the kind of stuff that exists in the position if white is able to get the queen into the attack, which is why, Peter, that perhaps black shouldn't rush with taking on e4. It might be tempting, and of course you get the bishop pair, but I think it just paves the way for white's queen to come very easily to this very wanted g4 square.
Yeah, that could be, but it's so tempting to take this bishop, because otherwise what are the candidates? I mean, the move bishop b7 doesn't feel natural. Maybe it's a possibility, because actually after knight c6 you are winning a lot of tempos. Yeah, you are giving up, for example, your light square bishop. Usually this is just bad, but here you are just super active. I mean, you are hitting the bishop immediately. The bishop has to retreat, then you probably get the chance to go active immediately with b4, and then we suddenly realize that actually it was not about the light square bishop, it's much more about black's activity. So yeah, maybe bishop b7 is a possibility.
In this concrete line that you're just discussing, and this almost forcing sequence of moves if white plays the knight to c6, I think black has reasons to be happy. He's definitely the one who appears to be striking first on white's king. Peter, of course, this is a wild, wild game. Meanwhile, we've forgotten that there is another one on, and we might not get a chance to come back to it so often. It does look completely crazy, because from what I see, Magnus has already sacrificed a piece for an attack on Wesley's king.
Yes, I mean, basically I was telling you that I feel, that Magnus will take this match extremely seriously. I do believe that he is paying attention to the score, but he maybe felt like, the first game is the moment where he can try to have some fun. And just look at this, what happened. 4 knights and the move a4. I mean, in the finals, in the very finals, fighting for the first place, we would have definitely not seen a4 by the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. But here he feels like, okay, we have seen him also in the preliminaries that he just loves to play chess, and sometimes when he feels that now the result is not that decisive, it's the first game of the fight for the third place, then he is doing some real extravaganza in the position. But what is it all about? So he's playing some reversed 4 knights, where usually there is this option of, after white playing bishop b5, black can play bishop d6, and then he says, hang on, I already have the extra move a4, which might come in handy in that line. So then after all, some kind of ideas here, it's not just total random stuff. Knight d5, bishop c5, c3, he prepares all this action, and now we are seeing things are speeding up. We also see the engine bar jumping in our live board. So let's just very quickly go there. Magnus goes knight h7, rook e8, knight f6 check, sacrificing the knight just like this in order to get to black's king. Black's king on g8 is kind of vulnerable. Queen h5 is played. Wesley tries to block down the diagonal, saying that, okay, if I'm piece up, I don't mind, I'm ready to give back some material. Going e4, rook e1, f5, and now we see that the engine bar says that, okay, white has some very, very powerful move, but does our human eye also realize that, or that just some computer brilliance?
Peter, f5 appears to be the big blunder, and we are being told by Sachdev that human eye may or may not see this, but he has found the move. And if white takes on h6 right now, it actually wins. The point is that you come back to g5, attacking the queen, and then bishop f6, queen h6, you have to go queen d7, and after bishop f6, queen h6, there is no stopping checkmate. And with this gamble of a piece sacrifice, it feels like Magnus is having quite a party. He has managed to turn the table around. The computer evaluation bar was not very clear before f5, but now the dust has settled and it looks like Wesley is in big trouble. Is there another alternative to knight g6? The big problem on Wesley's side is that white can also threaten to go rook e3 and bring the rook into the attack, besides the idea of transferring the bishop to f6 and threaten mate. Wesley is perhaps going to get checkmated in just a few moves.
Yeah, this is psychologically very tricky, because he might have felt, that this is a very tricky sacrifice, but okay, I came up with a very clever move. I'm closing down the c2 bishop, the diagonal. What on earth? The move f6, f5 is so natural, because okay, you reinforce your strategy of making sure that the bishop from c2 will not join the attack. And then you kind of lean back, you think like, okay, I have done great. And then all of a sudden, the very simple primitive move, bishop takes h6, is on the board. And you suddenly realize to your horror that, hang on, I mean, I did kill the bishop on c2, but I mean, there is another slow killer coming after me, bishop g5, bishop f6. And maybe it's not too late to think. Yeah, look at this. I mean, Wesley was more than 10 minutes on the clock when he rushed with e4, f5, clearly underestimating the danger, because if he would have felt that this is objectively very dangerous, then he could have spent like 5 minutes trying to find the best defense. He probably felt that this is some kind of a bluff for Magnus and forced for it. And yeah, this bishop g5, bishop f6, I have never seen something like this, that black is so completely helpless against white's plan, which you see what's coming after you, but you cannot do anything against.
Just absolutely amazing that pawn on f6 is so required to keep the dark squares under control. f5 was the turning point. And we are also being informed that actually the piece sacrifice was rather unclear, as long as Wesley kept the pawn on f6, made the defensive move like knight g6, or tried to open up the b6 bishop with a move like c5, things were still fine for black. But after f5, it's all hell here, because there's just no stopping the bishop, queen, and maybe even the rook having a big lift from e3. It might not even be required, because this bishop and queen combo just looks absolutely killer here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe also, I mean, first of all, we have spoken about this. We finally rushed here just to see the current position, but now that the event slowed down, we can just a little bit take a look at what Magnus is doing. I mean, what Magnus is doing with this a4, he's making maximum use of this a4. He jumps knight d5, targets the bishop on b4, because, for example, the simple capture on d5 would run into ed5, knight e7, c3, trapping black's bishop. So the seemingly innocent move a4 actually proves deadly in this line. Thanks to this idea, white can use the move knight d5. So black has to sidestep. Black is losing some valuable time with this bishop b4, bishop c5. Now white plays c3. White wants to go bishop c2 and then push d4 with tempo. Yeah, so black feels like, I'm obliged to do something. Now we have to jump to the current position again, because it's action time. Knight takes d5 on the board. So Wesley eliminates the pawn on d5. He wants to get queen f6, queen g6 in, but probably he will not be in time. But why exactly? I mean, we see engine bar screaming that, yeah, black's position is lost, but actually the move knight takes d5, I completely blundered. Yeah, I was like under the impression that engine says that this is already lost. It's kind of natural.
Now,
but
what happened? Sorry, go on, Peter.
Yes, I mean, now we see also that somewhere maybe white can try to activate his bishop with bishop b3. He has also queen g6 running after black's king. I mean, what is happening here? After queen g6 check, does black want to go to h8? Maybe, because king f8 seems to run into something will happen on the e4 pawn. Yeah, Don't know, maybe
Bishop
just to
E4
check.
as well is something that's an option.
I mean, this one was like the straightforward checkmate that basically was inviting everyone. But I thought that after Queen G6, probably Black wants to go to the corner, and that's why Magnus makes sure with Bishop B3 that actually he stops this, because if you play another move, Bishop E6, then he gives Queen G6 check, and you cannot really go to the corner, because then he takes on D5, and Bishop takes D5 will be met by Bishop takes F6 check. Besides, at some moment also, once you eliminate the knight, Rook E3, Rook H3 might be also checkmate against the king on H8. Here we see again why this move Bishop B3 was so tempting and so nice.
Just absolutely devastating here for Black. And we were talking that Magnus employing the 4 knights and going for A4, this is not the kind of stuff that he would have played had this been the fight for the first place. But maybe that's what he's been doing wrong, Peter, in the Opera Rapid as well as the Skilling Open. This is the kind of chess he needs to play against Wesley.
Well, at least as a surprise for the very first game, I think it's a very clever strategy, because believe me that if Wesley will already kind of also psychologically be prepared for this, yeah, it really hit him. It was a big surprise. But if a caliber of Wesley adjusts to it, then this strategy is already not that dangerous. But for this game, I mean, it was just brilliant. I mean, and it worked to perfection. This incredibly stunning idea knight h7, we have to come back to this, because okay, it looks like Black is perfectly safe, nothing is really happening, and Magnus uses the tempo knight h7 hitting the rook on f8. Rook has to move, and now he sacrificed the knight just for nothing, just to destroy Black's king structure and rely on these very active bishops that attack Black's king. Gf6, queen h5, and a really brilliant sacrifice. I also do see that, yeah, okay, and after Bishop B3, the engine bar says that's it, it's over. Yeah, Wesley goes C6. I'm expecting also that the game will end pretty soon, and I see lot of action on the other board as well. That's why I'm not sure what should we do. Should we jump in there or stay
I think
here?
this one, Peter, we can call it as a brilliancy by Magnus going for this knight h7 idea for the time being. I think it's going to be Wesley trying to make a comeback. Let's jump to the other game. That one is also feels about some crazy knight moves. White's knight is on f7. Black has opened up the b file. Rook b2 is a big threat on the board, so White needs to capture the c3 pawn. But the first thing that comes to my mind is that after a move like rook c3, attacking the rook on c8, you still don't have time to pick up the knight on f7, and rook takes c3, bishop takes c3, hits the queen on a5. I also see the evaluation bar does like the white position here. Bishop c3 would hit the queen on a5, and then you fall back with the knight. It feels like a very healthy pawn for White.
Yeah, but it's not obvious at all. I mean, especially if we go back, yeah, this was the moment that we left after Bishop b7. Bishop takes b7, rook b7. White goes rook d3. So he goes with the rook to g3 to create threat against the pawn on g7. Yeah, Black goes rook c8, making sure that knight c6 is not happening. White goes rook g3. So all eyes of White and Black is more or less shifted towards the king side. Yeah, Black goes b4, knowing that knight takes f7 is the move that's going to be played. So you start calculating like crazy. After knight f7, you understand that king f7, queen g6 check will be game over because you get checkmated. But Jan probably relied on the move that b takes c3, gives me the very nice counter because I'm setting rook takes b2, and any kind of knight takes h6 check, king f8 is okay, because White cannot make the move like queen g6, because then I'm hitting him with rook b2 and I'm the one who is mating him first. Yeah. So having all these things in mind, actually it could be very easy to simply miss the move rook takes c3, because it's not really the focus that you are having if you have seen the last couple of moves. Yeah, White going for rook d3, rook g3, trying to create mate against Black's king, and all of a sudden you hit on c3, and it looks very interesting, because yeah, if I take on c3, this bishop takes c3 seems to be super safe. Then you attack the queen and you jump back with the knight. But can I play the move rook cb8 and target on b2? I mean, okay, it's a super sharp position. We also see that Anish goes for knight takes h6 check, king f8, and then the move not queen g6 of course, but rook takes c3. Just a complete mess. I mean, what a final this is.
And it's also very hard for me to understand the big difference between going for rook c3 now or before. The one thing that comes to mind, Peter, I think what you were talking about, it not being so easy to make this move. When we came to this position, we are seeing it as a fresh position. So you can still find this idea of grabbing the pawn on the other side. We went for the whole of the last 10 moves. You've been trying to find something on the king side. Knight h6 just feels like the kind of move you want to make. Peter, you mentioned the move rook to b8 in that other line. Let's just put the knight back on f7 and bring that up for a moment. So if Anish would have taken rook c3 at this moment, and we see that if black captures with the rook, bishop c3 hits the queen, the knight would fall back amongst other moves, but white is doing absolutely fine here, is a lot better in fact. So after rook c3, what would worry anybody is the move rook to b8. And after you pointed out this queen g6 idea, it makes one feel that white can maybe just come back with the rook. The knight on f7 is still can't be picked. But this is just absolutely wild. The point is that after king f7, queen g6 is still on the board, and the bishop on d4 does a phenomenal job of protecting the b2 pawn in all lines. And as you're pointing out, Peter, this would be a disaster for black. Now knight h6 was played, and I saw the evaluation bar dropping down after that. What is the difference? Is the difference that now black can perhaps ask questions that where is this knight escaping to? Bishop c3 hits the queen on a5. A move like queen h5 or queen g5, where is Anish going to take his knight? How is it finding itself back to safety?
Yeah, but the point is, I think the trick of Anish is that if you play something like queen h5, then white takes bishop f6 all of a sudden, giving up the dream bishop, but getting the chance of giving queen c8 check. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has played the move queen d5, and he's protecting the b7 rook. Yeah, that's the justification behind queen d5, but actually it runs into some but rook d1, queen e4. Okay, this is quite a beautiful way of trying to defend. I don't know exactly if it's working or not, but just to illustrate that if white falls for the trick that takes, you seemingly are in time to save your knight, but you run into knight x3 check, and you cannot capture and you lose the game. So in fact, you really have to be careful. I mean, things are far from being so simple.
They are not simple at all. Queen d5, a very important move, saving himself from the trick of bishop f6, and then suddenly this queen c8 picking up the rook on b7, and the knight on h6 is still under a lot of threat. But I do see that the eval bar seems to say that white is doing fine here. Peter, keeping your idea and trying to make it work, is there a move like knight g4, and then rook d1?
No, but I think that I have to have something if you give me your knight just for free immediately. Besides, I might have also some queen takes g2 issues. I mean, hitting the rook first. I don't think that you have the time to waste. I mean,
all right, let's look at the direct line then. Bishop f6, queen c8 check, and king to e7. So let's take a look at what is happening here. Black is attacking the b2 pawn. Knight g8 check would actually solve all problems if black moves with the king to e7.
Yes, well, I mean, okay, king f7, knight takes f6, and yeah, it looks like white is just at least pawn up if there is nothing immediate, and I don't see. But then what, you have to go bishop d8, right?
But then white is happy anyway. At least nothing is going on b2 for the time being. And still have to answer a question of what I'm doing with the knight, because knight g4 is a possibility, because queen e4 check, king a1, queen g4, the bishop on d8 hangs as well.
Yeah, but of course, this one is also very, very scary from white side, because the king on b1 feels very, very insecure. I don't know, there are some tempo moves with rook c7, and then might be some back rank issues. I mean, I see many horror scenarios now suddenly against white's king. I'm not.
We do have an update, Peter. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just want to tell our viewers that the game Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So has finished, and that ended in this mate that we're seeing on the board. King e6 would be met by rook e4, game over. I think it was just a complete master blaster of a game by Magnus Carlsen, giving that knight 8-7, sacrificing a piece, and then bishop 8-6. and then just destroying Wesley's king.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus Carlsen is enjoying himself. I mean, that's how he felt like he wants to deal with this match, that he wants to have fun, he wants to try something that probably under pressure he would not be doing, just to also see how it works. In the very first game, it worked to perfection. And I can't wait to see how Wesley will adjust to this kind of Magnus, yeah, because this is now completely different Magnus than we have been seeing whenever these two clashed for the first place.
I actually can't wait to see how Jan is going to respond to this move. Knight g4, the position is absolutely wild, Peter. Let's try and look at some lines and ideas, because Black's king looks so unsafe, but also, even though the White king has got this pawn shield, but there are all these back rank b2 weakness ideas. The queen and the rook are eyeing the White king as well. So neither of the kings feel very safe. Also, the knight on g4 undefended, lots of tactical motives. What is the move that comes to your mind for Ian here?
Well, I mean, Black has to hurry very much, because if White stabilizes with knight e3, then it's going to be game over. Yeah. So the reason why I was little bit worried from White's side, that a move like rook c7, I felt like, you can go queen b8, and I still didn't exactly see how do I meet queen b8, but I felt like, maybe there is some chance to use the back rank issue, but finally it might not work, because I can never check the knight, because the bishop is still hanging due to the queen on b8. That's why it is so important that White puts the queen on b8. And without the move rook c7, how do I disbalance White? I mean, I don't exactly see how do I disbalance. Yeah, it's just threatening to come back with the tempo, and then also the rook joining the party with rook d1. And we do see that the bishop is unfortunately pinned for Black. This is very, very unfortunate. And the king of f8 doesn't really have a good square to go. And also seeing the engine bar evaluation, it might be scary, but still look at also the clock situation. Anish is under 2 minutes. So if Jan finds some very, very tricky move, yeah, rook c7 on the board, queen b8 blitzed out as well, then it might still not be over at all. But Black has to find something right now to keep the pressure on White.
Very important to make this move queen b8 to make sure the bishop on d8 is attacked. And I think if Black wants to try and harass the queen further with a move like rook b7, you of course don't want to go queen to a8, because that would be met by rook b2 suddenly winning that queen on a8. But I think simply a move like queen f4 check would solve all problems in this position. You go queen f4, and then can even offer a queen trade with queen e5, just a very centralized queen coming back into the defense. Let's not forget, if White gets out of danger, he's got 2 extra pawns, no weaknesses on the board. Jan putting pressure on the clock, but position-wise in big trouble.
Yes, I mean, he's 2 pawns done. On the other hand, okay, there are some kind of scenarios where, when, for example, okay, it's very hard to illustrate, because queen e4 check is a threat, so White cannot just come back with queen b3, because that would run into losing a piece after queen e4 check and queen f5 check. White probably should try to bring back his knight to e3. That would be the most logical move, but Anish taking his time, it means that he is not entirely sure about something, because otherwise it would be such a natural move to be kind of blitzed out. Yeah, you just bring the knight back with the tempo. Finally, it's on the board, but it did cost Anish some 50 seconds.
It did cause a little bit of time, and also after knight e3, asking a question, where do you want to move? He needs to move somewhere to defend the bishop on d8. The most natural response seems to be to give a check on d3 here.
Exactly, yeah, queen d3 check, king a1, and let's not forget, White is actually not threatening to rook d1. That would be a terrible blunder, because then Black sacrifices the queen. Queen d1, knight d1, rook c1, checkmate. Yeah, those are the dangers in the position. And if Black ever gets a chance, I mean, to get his bishop back to f6, yeah, Jan goes queen d6, a very
rook c1, a very tricky move. He has a very big threat of just giving a discovered check and discovered attack on the queen and winning it. So which means that White actually has no other way but to fall back with the queen.
Yeah, queen b3 looks very, very tempting, and then probably Black wants to go bishop f6 immediately. But now with the queen on b3, actually White is very nicely also covering the b7 square. So bishop f6 is not yet a direct threat. On the other hand, okay, finally at least black gets out of this pinning issues, and Anish is down to less than 40 seconds. So this game is very, very much on, and anything can happen here.
Peter, let's take a look at this line that you're talking about. Of course, we've got our live board with us there, so we're keeping an eye out on what Anish responds. It has to be a queen move. Rook c1 a threat. Queen b3 just feels like queen b3 or maybe even queen b5, but just feels more safe to go queen b3, and that's what he's done. Bishop f6 is the kind of move you want to make, get that bishop into the attack. Now the dream for black would be to try and transfer the rook to the b file and try and hit the b2 pawn. But the rook on c file, on the c file, also does a really great job of eyeing the back rank weakness. I think at some point Anish has to think about giving a lift to his king. Take a look at that. He's playing super solid, super safe, goes rook b1, says there'll be nothing on b2 and no back rank check on the board, and a5 trying to create more chances. What's going on here? Rook b1 looks very passive, but do you think that's actually a very, very passive move, or do you think it's actually a very smart move?
Well, I think it justified, especially with this time situation. I mean, Anish is playing with less than 10 seconds on the clock, his moves, and he's jumping back to 16 seconds all the time. In this regard, just some stability, safety is kind of very, very natural. I also felt like, you know, that will Jan blitz out immediately some moves like a5, or will he try to just hunt down one of those pawns on h2? But since he's 2 pawns down, just grabbing one and giving up the initiative in such a clock situation would not be really practical. And we all know that Jan is an incredible practical player, so he will make sure that he will try to put White's king under very, very big pressure, while Anish is done solo on the clock. Queen d7 eyeing the a4 pawn. Black wants to go rook b7 somewhere, but rook b7 does white. I mean, how do you react to rook b7 now? You probably just retreat the queen to c2. Yeah, rook b7, queen c2 blitzed out.
Queen c4 was going to be met by rook b4, so there was no other move because he needs to keep the a4 pawn defended.
Exactly, I mean...
But can black actually anyway go with a move like rook b4? And how is white planning to play against it? Does he want to play b3 there?
Well, maybe he doesn't want, but he will have to, yeah? I mean, he plays b3, but he wants to go knight c4. Yeah, this is the justification. Then with the knight on c4, you will be controlling everything. Knight c4, rook d1, and all of a sudden, your king is perfectly safe. You start pushing your kingside pawns, and it might just decide the game, because black's king in long run is also very, very weak. It looks like Anish is on the right track. After queen c2, if he gets the chance to put knight c4 and b3, then basically it doesn't matter how little time he has on the clock. It's just super safe and super easy.
That's some very fantastic defense played out by Anish in the last few moves to consolidate his position, his king position. Moves like a4 are not very easy to make. We see them and we feel that, okay, white is doing great, and you know, the engine might suggest a4. But to actually make this committal move, knowing that it can be attacked in just playing it on seconds, absolutely A-class defense there by Anish. Peter, this line with rook b4, b3, I think knight c4 is a key spot, because after rook d4, black might be threatening rook to d2, but knight c4 also takes care of that. Rook d1 also possible, trying to trade, but I love this knight on c4. Jan says he doesn't want to give Anish the chance to solidify that square and falls back with the king to g8. Just a waiting move, because at the end of it, Anish still has a weak king, and this bishop on f6 is the big compensation for Jan. Controlling this long diagonal, Anish has to always watch out for queen coming to d4, threatening a mate along this diagonal with this battery setup. Still far from over.
Yes, but I do feel, you know, if black would have now pawn on f7, then we would be saying long-term compensation. But without the pawn on f7, if white knight really reaches the c4 square, then I just don't see that. Jan goes rook c7, knight c4 is blitzed out anyway, because yeah, rook c5 after rook d1. What does, yeah, I mean, this is just lost. I mean, white got the d file, he got the knight to c4, and then he will just slowly start pushing his queenside pawns. or even if given a chance, yeah, black plays, of course, queen c6, not to give white the possibility to put the queen on e4. Now f3 is played. Black is kind of stuck completely. I mean, how do you play? Nothing moves. If you make the move king h8, it doesn't make things better, because then you might run into some rook d8 checkmate at some point. I mean, black is running out of possibilities. Besides, white has very simple plan like queen e2, targeting the e6 pawn, starting rook d6, and so queen e2 and rook d6, winning the e6 pawn. And it also shows that, yeah, black's king on g8 is by no means super safe, not at all.
So even though the bishop on f6 is strong, the two pawns are just too much to compensate for, and not just because they're pawns, two extra pawns, but also because they really weaken black's king. It does look like Jan has set up his pieces as desirably as possible, but what more can he create to make the initiative work? And of course, it's something you don't want to do when you've got less pawns, try and trade the rooks. But I'm just wondering if that rook on d5 was actually... Let's just back up and see how it went when he played rook d1. He made the move queen c6. I'm wondering if black can still offer a trade with a move like rook d5 here, saying that if after rook takes d5, because once you trade the rooks, at least you're not worried about getting a check on d8. And not just that, here you can try and put the queen on e5 once the knight moves to e3. The d5 pawn can create some chances. He chooses the move king to h8, which you were pretty critical about, Peter, because it could allow rook d8 at some point.
Well, I mean, basically, I was just saying that it doesn't improve the position. And now Jan puts the rook to d5. I mean, I really feel that with little time on the clock, black will have to play this move, because it's the only kind of slightly annoying move. And Anish goes for takes. So
he has to take with the pawn.
He's going to move the knight to e3 probably.
And then queen d6.
Yeah, and that was the reason why Jan actually played the move king h8. He wanted to make sure that in this endgame, his king is on h8, because it's so much better than on g8 for many reasons. For example,
I like queen e6 because it controls the c8 square as well. And now with knight g4, I think he has to move the bishop. You can't allow the bishop trade. A move like bishop d4 comes to mind.
Yeah, actually, one of the things I wanted to highlight, that if with the king on g8, actually white would play the move queen d3, putting pressure on the d5. Black is not able to play queen e5 due to queen takes d5 check. And after d4, d4, white would also have the move queen c4, trading down the queens. So that's the justification behind the move king h8. Yeah, now white had to go for different angle with knight g4. Black plays the move bishop d4, tries to keep this bishop on d4 so that the knight on g4 is slightly out of the game. But I mean, it does look okay. Black will try to play some queen e1. I mean, black has to go.
That could create something, Peter. Once the queen comes into e1, it could actually cause some problems. Of course, after queen e1, queen d5 has to be calculated, but it does feel like black will have a million checks after that.
Exactly. I mean, it feels to me like good or bad, you have to go queen e1, and because if white gets knight e5 in, yeah, and Jan goes for queen e1, and this is not super tricky with 50 seconds or 58 seconds from Anish. If this is not, and Anish grabs on d5 immediately, so basically he believes that there is no perpetual check. But look at this, Jan finds queen c3, there is no perpetual. He wants to go bishop d4 and threaten mate. Maybe this is the move that Anish had missed, because it was so tempting, to start all these checks. When you give the check, then white goes king c2, and then in fact it turns out that probably you don't have enough checks. Queen e2, queen d2. Okay, queen e4 check continues, but you might run away, you might run back with the king to b2. I mean, checks will be put an end. But queen c3, and all of a sudden is Anish forcing the draw, because bishop d4 is a big threat.
Anish is the one who's forcing a perpetual right now. Bishop d4, this diagonal that we've been talking about, comes to the rescue, and he goes queen e4. So this is going to end in a draw. He's going to give queen e8 check again. Just no way to fight against bishop d4. Peter, I cannot believe the speed with which Jan played queen c3. For mere mortals like us, this move will still take a couple of seconds or a minute to be played on the board when it's so tempting to give a check. What a beast move this was.
Yeah, this queen c3 was an incredible shocker on Anish, and now Anish is definitely very, very angry with himself, thinking that, okay, finally I did everything correct. I was already sure that my position is completely winning, and that's why he rushed, because he simply didn't believe in Black's perpetual check. But Black was actually not threatening a perpetual check, but coming up with this incredible quiet queen c3 move, threatening bishop d4, and White's knight on g4 is just too far away. I don't know. I'm not seeing any chances for White, because White would need to get knight e5 in, but bishop d4 threatens checkmate, and White will have to force a draw anyway. I mean, what a save by Jan Nepomniachtchi if this game ends in a draw.
He's just so cunning in these positions. And we can also remember game 2 from yesterday. He was in so much trouble against Magnus. And there we have it. Jan does it again. Survives a very difficult position, 2 pawns down, but just relying on the initiative. And this is how it went. Magnus Carlsen won his first game against Wesley So, but it was all eyes on this epic final, and game 1 did not disappoint. It really sets the tone for the kind of fighting chess we're going to see. A peaceful result, but the game was anything but peaceful. Peter, I want you to take us through. We have action already, but can we just quickly go back to that queen c3 moment that we had? We will come back to this game, because that, and just how it led to this point, we were thinking that Anish has everything under control. Break this down for us.
Yeah, well, it all starts with this move king h8, because as I mentioned earlier, that if the king would be on g8, White would have had this super solid, super safe move queen d3, and the knight going to g4 did not feel like, being the safest way. I mean, you do feel that White's king is a little bit dubious. So after king h8, White provokes knight g4, because now White cannot play queen d3 due to queen e5 checkmate ideas. So we see all these problems on the long diagonal. So Anish actually sees a good reason that, okay, I don't really want to go knight g4, but I hit the bishop. Now that the bishop has to move, and the bishop moves to d4, it's very annoying, because the knight is not coming back. So you are very, very tempted to keep on chasing this bishop, because the bishop cannot stay on the long diagonal. Yeah. So the bishop moves to c5, and then you say for yourself that, okay, very well, very nicely played. I forced the bishop away from the long diagonal, so nothing will happen anymore to me on the long diagonal. Yeah, that's how you are talking to yourself. Basically, that's how your brain works. And then Anish felt like, only one more thing is missing to bring my knight back into the game. So the move f4 is just very, very tempting, that White wants to go knight e5, and it's going to be a technical win. So Jan immediately goes for the counter move queen e1, because it's his only chance. But the point is why Anish was not worried at all, because he relied on the move that, yes, it's not about the greediness. It's much more about, okay, I just take on d5, I believe in my calculation that all these queen e2 checks, which we kind of called it like millions checks, but they might not be millions checks after all, if you keep on calculating everything. And probably Anish has done it and felt like, bishop d4 check, king a2, everything under control. Next, I'm gonna come with my knight, and game over. However, all of a sudden, it was not about the checks, but the very, very quiet queen c3. I mean, it's a stunning move. It's the move that when it's on the board, you suddenly immediately realize that, oh my God, what have I got myself into? Because you immediately realize the power of this move, that again, the dangers of the long diagonal are reappearing. White's king on a2 is in a lot of trouble, and White's knight is just one move too far away to join the action in time. And there was just nothing better for White than to force the draw with perpetual check. I mean, truly incredible defense there, and escape by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's such a cunning idea. I absolutely love this moment of king h8 when it was played. Such a quiet move, but with a deep, deep idea of bringing the pieces into play. And then queen c3. What a finish it was. That means the final starts with a draw. We do have action on our second game in the fight for the third place. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So. Magnus has taken the early lead with a brilliant game 1 performance, and now the onus is on Wesley. He needs to find a way to create something. He is playing with the white pieces. Currently not much happening on the board. Bishop g5, but interestingly, Black hasn't yet committed the d pawn to either d6 or to d5. What are these positions like, and what is Black's idea here?
Yeah, this is a typical anti-martial. This is not the DC Spanish. It's the anti-martial with a4. And there are two main moves. Black can play, of course, the move b5, b4, which leads to more forcing play with a lot of theory. It's actually the main choice of usually the top players. But it's very, very heavily analyzed, so it's not entirely fitting Magnus's approach of trying to play as interesting as possible. So he goes for the older move bishop b7, which was getting out of fashion because it was said that, yeah, why do you get into this type of positions? It's a tricky, dangerous anti-martial stuff. White has saved the move h2, h3 compared to all these things that were debated like 18, 20 years ago, which comes from this move order, yeah, that here after castles h3, bishop b7, d3 happened, and one was saying that the justification of White's play is that when the bishop goes to b7, you play d3, and now you can argue that the move a4 for White it's even more useful than h3, so it should be in White's favor of reaching these things. That's kind of the justification why it's not really popular, but it's still a very, very rich Ruy Lopez position. And Magnus playing the move rook e8, it's kind of the point that you don't want to play the move d6 yet. You want to be very, very flexible, because after all, you committed your bishop to b7. Maybe eventually somewhere you will have the break with d7, d5. It's very important to keep at least the option of it. And Wesley's move bishop g5 is basically exactly aimed to make sure that those d7, d5 moves will never really happen. Bishop g5, h6 on the board, and bishop h4 played. And now Magnus goes d6. Now after he clarified the situation that White's bishop moved back to h4, because there had been some ideas in this anti-martial with the variation h3, rook e8, which I was playing a lot like 15 years ago with black, that White was actually, surprisingly enough, giving up his bishop on f3, on f6, and then relying on some light squares control. But now that White has already committed bishop h4, it's clear that he will not take bishop f6 anymore. So White goes knight c3 after d6.
You know, I'm still reeling from the excitement of both these game ones from Wesley So Magnus match as well as the Anish Yan match. And talking about thrilling games, just a quick reminder to our viewers one more time, they need to go on Twitter and check out Chess24 Opera and the Champions Chess Tour Twitter account. The quiz is live. They have to tell us which is their favorite chess game, and one big lucky winner wins the Chess Mastery Bundle. It includes the Anish Knight, of course. It includes a Chessable Pro membership, the Chess24 Premium membership for a year, and the Magnus Trainer membership that opens all these extra features on these platforms. So do go on Twitter and check it out. And in your answer, do not forget to tag Chess24 as well as Opera. Tell us, which is your favorite chess game?
Yeah, wow. I mean, actually, talking about favorite chess games, I think this is one of the favorite ideas from Black's side in this position, that Black goes knight a5, bishop a2, b4, and we suddenly see now that Wesley gives up his bishop. Yeah, White gives up his bishop immediately, but I mean, it's obvious that Black will have normal play. I mean, now the question is, how do you treat this position? Do you just capture on d5, which is a very natural move, and I think it's perfectly fine. Black has absolutely zero problems in this position, but still, knowing that in which mood Magnus is right now, I feel like, you know, he's tempted to find another alternative. The only problem is that I'm not seeing any other alternative. That knight d5 also eyes the pawn on b4. And if you play the move b3, usually it's quite often a typical idea here in this type of positions, but exactly here it's not going to work because of this knight f6, queen f6, c takes b3, and usually you play the move b3 in order to have a very bad bishop from White's side on a2. Now that White was able to trade that bishop, it's this whole b3 operation is not impressive at all. So after knight d5, it might be that Black should just capture on d5 and say that, you know what, I'm having a very nice natural position. Yeah, bishop d5 on the board.
I actually like that line for black as well. The rook is attacked, you go c6, you hit it back, and after the bishop falls back, a developing move with the queen, even queen d7, or maybe even d5 directly at some point. You'll have all these ideas of breaking in the center at the right moment. I like the fluidity that's there in black structure. c6 played, the bishop has to fall back to a2, and he starts with the move rook b8. Peter, if I was black here, to try and get d5 in would seem very desirable. Is that something that black will be aiming for in this position, or is it better for him to keep the center closed?
Yeah, well, the problem is that white definitely goes knight d2 immediately. I mean, first of all, white is understanding that he didn't really get anything out of the opening. So safety first is kind of most important. Also, after this incredible shock that happened to Wesley So in the previous game, I mean, I'm sure that he just wants to kind of make sure that nothing happens to him in this game and then tries to adjust, because for the moment, actually, Magnus came up with two surprises. He also surprised Wesley in the second game with a newish kind of setup in this classical anti-martial position. Now we see the move bishop g5. I'm expecting knight c4 or knight b3. I mean, one of these moves, it's a little bit tricky to, one feels that black will anyway trade the knights. Yeah, so Wesley goes knight b3, takes, black plays a5. Now we can say that this bishop on b3 is somewhat more useful than the colleague on g5. And Wesley goes g3, yeah. Now Magnus goes queen d7. He also wants to get g6, king g7 in. Make sure that you put your king on dark squares. But at least now Wesley knows that everything is under control. And maybe Magnus also eyeing the possibility of going bishop d8, bishop b6 if white would kick the bishop with h4. So that's the purpose of queen d7. Because if black would have started with a move like g6, it would have been a really, really unfortunate move, because then white plays h4, the bishop is hit, and if you have to retreat the bishop to f6, you might be faced with a move like h5, white making some progress, wants to maybe go king g2, king rook h1, getting initiative, but Magnus makes sure that with the move queen d7, if h4 is played, then he gets bishop d8, bishop gets activated on b6, and then maybe he will try to play king h8, rook f8, f5. I mean, look for counterplays like this. Very, very, I mean, seemingly a very simple move queen d7, but it has a lot of purpose. And Wesley's move queen h5 is also very, very nice, because he basically stops any kind of g6 for the moment, and he also stops king h8, because in g6 white can just take queen g6 due to the pin, and the king h8 is not possible because the f7 pawn is hanging. So Magnus's move rook f8 is also perfectly understandable. He secures his weak pawn, and now he wants to go king h8 and get ready with f7, f5.
So two very clever ideas for black, Peter, you're pointing out. One is to try and get f5 in, and for that, rook f8 is the perfect preparatory move. You move the king aside from the pin and go for it. But I really liked the concept of making this bishop maneuver to transfer it into onto b6, eyeing that f2 square. And if you combine these two ideas, white could potentially be facing a problem on that weak point. In the beginning, we were talking about how the white bishop looks to be stronger than the black bishop, the dark squared bishop, even though it's an opposite color position. But I think the way things are turning out, maybe it's going to be Wesley who will have to be careful eventually about the f2 weakness, rather than Magnus about the f7 weakness.
Exactly. I mean, it's a very, very tricky position. I mean, probably white maybe wants to be ready that he goes rook ad1. Okay, this is basically a move that wants to prepare dc d4, and basically with dc d4, then white would make sure that black is not in time to organize all this play that we have been talking about. And now the big question is, how do you react against this idea of dc d4? Do you let it happen, and then you rely on the fact that if I would somehow sidestep my queen, then after d4 I could take rook d4, and bishop f6 would be a nice reaction against rook to d4, and Magnus goes rook b8 to e8, quite quickly played. Now we see that after d4, probably Magnus kind of, after e d4, rook d4, wants to play what exactly? Because I see that bishop f6 still might be running into some kind of trick with e5, because the queen on d7 is pinned. You just cannot take this pawn because I'm gonna be taking it, and end of the day the queen on d7 is hanging. So this is one of those tricks that you have to watch out for. And if you would not play bishop f6 but you would try to play the move d5 using the fact that my rook on e1 is not pinned, then I might unpin myself with rook ed1, but then you have already bishop f6. Okay, this is a very, very important moment, because if you can play the move d5 without being punished, then it looks like that's what Magnus has prepared with rook b8. h4 on the board. Probably the players understood that, yeah, it's all working out for black in case of d4. And okay, now Magnus just needs one more move, bishop b6, then all the ideas with d4 will be eliminated, and still black's agenda of getting king h8 f5 in is very much alive.
Can white try to insist on getting d4 by building up the center first with a move like c3 so that bishop b6 can still be met by d4? Because I really don't like the trade ideas that you were talking of when white has to actually pick up the pawn with the rook. Moves like bishop f6, bishop b6 and d5 all come into mind there. But is c3 an option here where bishop b6 can be met by d4 and e takes d4, then you capture with the pawn?
Yes, the only problem of c3 is that it's at the moment such a nice situation for white that his bishop on b3 is beautifully guarded. If you play the move c3, then suddenly bishop on b3 will be vulnerable. Okay, one could argue that, okay, you will always be able to move it to c4, and we do see that Wesley finally goes for the move d4. He does play the move d4, but the reason why suddenly I stopped talking, because I did see that the game Jan Nepomniachtchi Anish Giri game had started, and it's a bishop g5 Najdorf. I mean, an ultra sharp line. What? And Anish is going for queen b6, queen takes b2. We have been seeing him using the knight bd7 line against Ellen Pichot earlier in the preliminaries of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, but now he switches to queen b6. It's also one of those main lines, I believe, that that Anish Giri is usually, I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing from the black side. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how the players are dealing with this long opening theoretical line.
And we saw there Anish trying to recollect the different lines and variation, because this is just such a wild opening where both sides need to be absolutely precise. Peter, for those of us who are not familiar with the Najdorf and this capturing on capturing the b2 pawn, which often seems very dangerous, can you tell us a little bit about, maybe we can just back up and see the moment when it happened and the different ways in which white can handle and where he fights for compensation?
Yeah, the point of bishop g5, e6, f4 is of course to gain space and be very, very aggressive. And the reason why the move queen b6 had been kind of the very, very big main move is that suddenly white really has a problem dealing with the pawn on b2. Yeah, if after f4 you make any other move like the typical move like knight b7 that Anish already played, then white has two big main moves, queen e2 or queen f3 followed by long castle. Yeah, then the game will lead to a completely different manner. Usually black will play queen c7, bishop e7, then later try to go b5. Typical Najdorf structure, but the move queen b6 is a very, very direct way of, you know, putting an immediate question, because if you sidestep with your knight to b3, then it's usually not the way how white is trying to fight for advantage. So if white wants to stay principled, he goes queen d2 and sacrifices the pawn. I mean, that's kind of the only really principal way. Now black already having said a with queen b6, he has to take on b2, rook b1, queen a3, and now there are two very, very big main moves in the position. One is them e4, e5, leading to some crazy lines after d takes e5, fe5, h6. It was heavily debated around 2015, 2016. A lot of games had been played. Lately, black was doing fine in that line, so it's understandable that white switches back to the old main line with f5, and after knight c6, after the move f takes c6, Anish comes up with the modern treatment with bishop takes c6. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not such a very, very big expert, but I do know this line a bit. The very old line was f takes c6 when white takes on c6, b takes c6, sacrifices another pawn with e5, and then d takes e5. We have seen a lot of games happen in this structure with lot of complications. But the newer twist was that maybe the move bishop takes e6 is kind of a shortcut for black, and thanks to this shortcut you might save yourself a lot of trouble memorizing all those crazy lines. So that's why bishop takes e6 is right now probably quite tempting.
Peter, you say it's a shortcut, but for me, it just looks like the b7 pawn is hanging. What is the idea of this? There are two ways that white can capture it. One is that he could first trade off the bishop with his knight, with knight e6, f e6, and then take on b7, or could even directly go and pick up the pawn. What is the point of giving up the b7 pawn? How does black continue there?
Well, a good question. I mean, for more specific, you really have to be prepared, and I'm not... I do remember that I looked at this bishop takes e6, but I looked out of curiosity, not like it's my repertoire from the white or from the black side. It was more like I realized that, yeah, computer was saying that bishop takes e6 is kind of a clever move. And it's compared to all these big jungles that happened before in the main classical positions, it looked like an alternative, but we can try to figure it out. So if you take the pawn with rook b7, I guess...
Take a look at Anish, Peter. We can see him on the camera. He's doing exactly that, trying to figure out these complications in these lines, because it just looks like it's an absolute labyrinth of different variations here. Rook b7. The first thing that would come to mind is trying to get that rook on the open file. Maybe take on d4 first. Queen d4, rook c8, hitting the knight on c3. How is white defending? Do you jump to d5? Is knight, and look at the king on e1. Everything looks so weak. If I was playing with black or with white here, I would be getting a bit of a heart attack in this position.
Yeah, I think everyone, if you are not prepared, you just don't go for it. I mean, you really have to at least be familiar. We see that the
on the board,
Jan is not blitzing things out, but you know, if you go bishop g5, I'm pretty sure, knowing that he himself had played queen b6 a lot, at some point he should have checked this line. I'm pretty sure that he had to have checked this line, but definitely did not expect from this game, yeah, because if he expects it, then probably he would have just rechecked this line and then would be banging out his preparation. Now he has to rely on some distant memory. Yeah? This is also one of those very, very tricky, dangerous moments in modern chess, that sometimes, you know, knowing less is safer, because then you don't go into those very sharp lines. Yeah, like this, he goes for the very sharp line, but not knowing exactly what he's doing. Yeah. It's a very tricky spot to be in.
I just want to point out, look at the two players on the camera right now. It's not very often we see both players in this. They're not even looking at the screen. They're not looking at the board. Both of them just trying to remember how this position is played, a complete focus going back into the memory. And I think for many people for many chess players and people who just get into the game, you know, they see professionals not look at the board and not look at the screen and trying to think, and they question how this works out. And this is an example of what we're seeing right now. Them just trying to remember them from their preparation, from positions and patterns that they've seen before. And I think that was a very, very interesting moment of seeing both black and white trying to figure their way around in a very complicated opening position.
Yeah, exactly, because the whole point is that this is not a normal position. You just cannot play according to any general rules. You cannot play according to your hand, because usually you can play with your hand some positions that actually Jan Nepomniachtchi likes to do, that he knows the structure, he feels the position, and then he just relies on his feelings. But here there are no feelings in this position. I mean, white has ruined his pawn structure completely. His king is not yet castled, and you have to make some mysterious moves like this move bishop d3. I mean, it doesn't really serve any purpose. A part of that, finally you have to develop somehow, and you have to make some kind of an ugly move because you just don't see what else you're gonna do. And he goes for bishop d3, he develops. And now probably black is also faced with the little bit the same question, that what do I do with my king on e8? I cannot castle. I would love to castle, but the bishop on e7 is hanging. We do see that white's rook on b7 is doing a lot of damage to black's position, because the bishop on e7 is hanging. So you cannot make the most natural move. Then the question appears that what happens? Do I have time to target the knight on c3 with rook c8? Then how will white react to this knight c3? Will the knight jump to d5? Where does it lead at all? Because after knight d5, there are also suddenly so many things to be taken care of. Like after knight takes d5, suddenly we see the bishop on g5 hanging, but white can capture e d5. I mean, just to show, because it's just craziness, yeah? Knight takes d5, e d5, the bishop is hanging here, but then you can take on e6. Somewhere maybe black will have a queen c1 check, might win the game, might make nothing to the position. I mean, this all in a blitz, I mean, not blitz, a rapid game, trying to figure out now, for example, fe6, you are starting with rook f8 to check white's king. I mean, you have million lines to calculate, and you don't have the time. You have to rely a little bit on the fact that, I checked it according to computer. This was the first move. That was the main line. I'm supposed to be reaching some kind of a position. Yeah, that's exactly the reason why the players are trying to remember, because figuring all this out by themselves with limited time on the clock, it's kind of almost impossible.
What a task up ahead from them, and it just feels like this is the moment that everything could change. It's the moment that is going to decide where this game heads, because one mistake from either of these two could actually end it on the spot. It's like the point of no return, because the position is just so wild. Ideas like knight d5 or going castle, but the bigger question for black here, Peter, like you said, after bishop e7, a natural looking move, the drawback of this move is that you can't easily go get your own king into the safety. Rook e7 is a threat. Let's take a look at this line that you were talking about, because it's hard to come up with a move except rook c8. I don't really see what else black can do. Rook c8 hits the knight on c3, and while you were talking about this line, I also don't see a better move than knight d5 for white. It's the kind of thing where you've said A with getting all your pieces out. You need to continue in that spirit and say B and jump in with the knight to d5, face on the complications. But what really is happening after that? After knight takes d5, you have to trade the knight. The bishop on e7 is hanging. White can't pick up the bishop on e7, because then black will take that bishop back with the knight and would end up with an extra piece. So has to once again go e takes d5, giving up that bishop on g5. It feels like such a forcing line. Black has no time to go queen a5, queen d5. Once again, the bishop on e7 is threatened. So bishop g5, where does this lead to? Bishop g5, d takes e6. And what was the move here? You were suggesting queen c1 and just putting white's king into more danger by forcing him to go forward. And I was thinking that maybe after queen c1, instead of king e2 and king f3, he could think about going king f2 and king g3, so that it doesn't fall into this f-file check.
Yes, and then queen d2 check, you go king g3 immediately, and that might be decisive, because actually after fe6 there is also this danger that black is faced with some queen a4 check, and you cannot go to d8 because of mate on d7, and king f8 would run into some rook f1 check. Very, very scary moment for black, because if white is bringing his last piece into the attack, then it feels like it should be game over. And look at this. So Anish actually includes the move h6. He just wants to make sure that, hang on, where is this bishop going? If the bishop goes to h4, then actually in the very same line after rook c8, knight d5, knight takes d5, e d5, black will capture on h4 with check, yeah, and would change everything. Yeah, so that's the whole trick behind the move h6.
Even that, Peter, even that is so interesting, because let's see that, because after queen takes h4, white will also be threatening a mate on e7. So still the line just continues and it's not over. Rook c8 can hit the knight, and after knight takes d5, the point of getting the bishop on h4 is that bishop h4 is a check, so white doesn't have the time to pick up the bishop on e7. But queen h4 threatens a mate on e7. How will black handle this?
Yeah, probably I will go some queen c1 check, and after king e2 I'm gonna take rook takes c2, and I'm hoping to give perpetual, no? Just to show this.
Let's check it out.
Takes. And I do feel that this should be okay for black, because the king
there's
on
no
e2
king f3, because then suddenly bishop d5 is a check, so white can't try and run away from this, so has to capture the rook on c2 and queen c2 with this rook on h1 and the queen on h4. Hard to imagine any piece intercepting perpetual here.
Yeah, exactly. And look at this, Jan goes bishop d2. He just retreats with his bishop to d2. I mean, he says, all right, you played h6, you want to invite me for this bishop h4 business. I want to make sure that I'm using this moment to stabilize my structure with the move bishop d2. I don't know exactly what's happening, because now the move rook c8 already doesn't feel that natural, since the knight on c6 is protected. But if you are not playing the move rook c8, then you still cannot play castle. Do you have another move, or will black anyway play the move rook c8?
What about a queen trade here? Who would that suit? If black actually falls back with the queen to c5, asking white the question. He does have queen a4 check though, so it's not really forced to trade queens. But Peter, in these kind of structures, if white does accept the queen trade, who would benefit from that?
Well, actually, my feeling is that probably white would anyway benefit, because the rook on b7 is very, very nice, hitting this bishop on e7, and I have an extra tempo. I might be using it to castle. But maybe black is just very solid, and I mean very complex endgame. It's we cannot talk on general terms that you have the e5 square, I have weaker pawn structure, because white also has his own trumps. But yeah, it's just a mess. I don't. It's certainly a possibility to play queen c5, but since I'm not a theoretical expert in this line, I'm not exactly sure if the players still kind of remember something, yeah, because it's supposed to be part of their preparation. So they have some mosaics, definitely they have some mosaics in their minds, like, aha, we are trying to reach that. There was some line ending there in that structure, and then they kind of might, navigate themselves that, yeah, the move was queen c5 or it wasn't the move, yeah. For me, without knowing any of it, it's just so difficult to give an assessment that does black want to trade these queens now or not.
I just feel that it is exactly that point that, because I am not familiar with the Naidov patterns and structures, that in this kind of a position, my first feeling would be, can I trade the queens off and just try and find a little safety net in that? Yes, it might not be a pleasant endgame, might be, but at least I'll know that I'm not getting checkmated anytime soon. He goes for it, Peter. He decides to offer a queen trade. I was earlier thinking that white could deny it with a move like queen a4, but then perhaps black also has bishop d7, hitting that queen on a4, and this bishop later could come to c6 as well, getting rid of that rook on b7.
Yeah, bishop d7, also knight d7 was a possibility maybe. I don't know exactly. Of course, white has some crazy moves like bishop b5, putting some more pressure there. I don't know exactly what's happening, but yeah, definitely the move queen a4 looks a bit shaky, and you don't really want to play this move from the white side. And Jan goes knight e2. I mean, Jan wants to get stability. Like this shows that after queen c5, d5, probably he had respect for this idea of c5, c4. This was really bothering me, that you get a chance of kicking my bishop away, and I really felt like, my bishop on d3 gives me the stability. If you kick it, I will not be happy. So Jan wants to make sure that with knight e2 he keeps this bishop on d3 stable. Yeah, there are no pieces, no pawns that can then push this pawn away. And eventually some knight d7, knight e5 plan would be very, very tempting, also in the endgame later on. But white is kind of having a normal position, but I don't think that white can really fight for advantage. Yeah, queen d4, knight d4 will be played.
And also in general terms, the pawn on d6 is definitely weaker than the pawn on c5. So I like this handling of knight e2 and transferring the knight to d4. Bishop a2 was just inviting trouble. White could jump in with the knight to f5 or to c6 and ask big questions to the bishop on e7. So the pawn on a2 was not really hanging in this position. The knight comes into play and black has major development problems. So black still needs to be concrete, still needs to be precise. He still can't castle and connect the rooks. The e7 bishop is hanging. So he falls back, attacks the rook. And now how does he continue development? Because yes, bishop c8 hit the rook, but take a look at black's position and it still feels that he needs to solve the problem of development. Short castle is now possible because the bishop on e7 at least is not hanging.
Yeah, you know what I was just now thinking for myself, that it felt like it's almost like some unfinished preparation for the candidates, that the players kind of both had it in their minds that okay, knight off is kind of possible, bishop g5, knight off possible, and then all kinds of options, but they did not finish their preparation yet. And they were kind of, because this is the final, they want to play something interesting. They understand that they want to put also their opponents under pressure. They are kind of testing each other that, how do you react to this sharp line? So lot of mind games there, but we also see that despite doing all this kind of preparation, it's just impossible to finish every single line. And we are in for a treat that the players are actually going for a topical line, but then fighting it out all by themselves.
And after short castle, the other ideas that black has is to go rook e8, because the e-pawn is a little bit of a weakness in white's camp. So he needs to be a little careful about how he wants to defend it. Of course, he can also go short castle and get his own rook to the e-file. I think this endgame, it is far from over, but the other one that is over is the Wesley Magnus game, Peter. It's an opposite color bishop, and I do see the players are repeating. And with that, let's just quickly jump there and see the last few moments that happened here. I think Magnus was never in trouble. A really nicely handled middle game where he did transfer the bishop on the a7, g1 diagonal that you were recommending. Very nice maneuvers with black, never in trouble. Wesley wasn't able to create something. The e4 weakness compensates for the f7 weakness that black has. And in the endgame, there was really not much to fight for.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this move, queen f6, was a natural reaction for Magnus because he's leading the match now. The move bishop c4 was very, very important because actually black was starting to break in the center and make good use of the pin along the e-file. But with bishop c4, white made sure that the rook on e2 is hanging, so no breaks are really working out. And then Magnus said, you know what, you prepared you protected the e4 pawn just nicely. I will not have any winning chances, then let's just shut this game down. With the move queen f6, now if white moves away with the queen, then it feels like he gives the initiative to black. So in this regard, spoiling the pawn structure and forcing black a little bit to the defensive was very, very tempting and logical. But it's also clear that due to the opposite colored bishop position, this endgame is very, very drawish. And we see that there was the players were shuffling back and forth. Finally, Magnus using the moment to break with d5, making sure that he activates his rook. And in this position, it was already quite clear that this gonna end in a draw. Finally, the rooks were traded off. And okay, this is opposite colored without any material. Definitely, it has to end in a draw. And it did finish in draw. Still, one important thing that if black would play the more logical move bishop d4, it might have lost the game after king b5 because suddenly the a5 pawn is lost. So in this regard, Magnus had to make sure that he puts his bishop to passivity with bishop d8, but he guards the pawn on a5, and then white has no targets. He has to come back. I mean, he has to chase the bishop, and it just this bishop d4 is just my mistake. So don't. I mean, I was just highlighting that bishop d4 is a mistake. In the game was finished after king c6 already.
So that means that Wesiso still trails and he's got one more white in game 4. The next one, we'll see what happens. But right now, a very fascinating endgame in the other match for the in the finals. A knight f5 played, Peter. Now, one thing, it's clear that black has to give up one of the two bishops. Bishop d8 means the d6 pawn might be hanging, so don't want to look at that. And he decides to give up the light squared bishop. Trading that off on f5 also helps in development. And then d5, does he want to come in with the knight to e4? Is that the idea, or is he just opening up the bishop? Can you explain this concept of giving up the light squared bishop? Because I was thinking that maybe a move like rook e8 to keep the e4 pawn weakness going in that position would be the natural way to treat this problem. But instead, Anish grabs on the f5 knight with his own bishop, the light squared bishop.
Yeah, I think he was tempted to take on f5 because he saw this d5 idea that he's breaking out immediately. White's king is still stuck in the center. Black wants to get very, very active with bishop c5 and knight e4 and so on. That's also the explanation why Jan, of course, played the move bishop e3 immediately, making sure that black will not be too active. Anish jumps at the chance with knight g4 to harass white's bishop, forcing it to d4, and I'm pretty sure that he wants to play a move like bishop f6, hitting the bishop on d4 and forcing the trade of this bishop. But it's kind of a very tricky endgame because it's very tempting to do that, and it might look like black is perfectly fine, but white's king is in the center. White has some penetration possibilities with the rook eventually, but maybe it's also everything is tempo. Besides, black also has the possibility to include rook e8 exactly, and it's on the board because rook e8 targets white's king, and after castles not to play the move bishop f6 when you kick the king away from the center. Yeah, that eventually, because one of those things that came to my mind, if black plays the move bishop f6 and somewhere after takes, let's just illustrate king d2, you give a check, I will have a very nice little spot there for my king on d4. I'm not really planning to grab this pawn, not at all. But I just want to be sure that whenever we trade rooks, then the pawn on d5 will be vulnerable. And I felt that black's construction might be quite dangerous with these weak pawns. And in this regard, I think it's completely justified from Anish that he first goes rook f8, says that, you know, you cannot go king d2 because bishop g5 and your king is in a terrible, danger. But after castles, now trading down the dark square bishop looks very, very natural.
Oh, that's a nice little handling by Anish there, making the move, including the move rook e8, driving white's king away from the center. But he is thinking right now whether he wants to trade the bishop with bishop f6. The other idea that comes to he decides to go for this because you definitely want to get rid of a white's double bishop advantage. And after knight f6, looks like black has solved all problems. Yes, he does have a d5 weakness, but even white has got this c2 pawn, the knight activity jumping to e4. It does look like black should be able to find his own counterplay. He plays a5 immediately to free his a8 rook. The a6 pawn was also a weakness, especially with the bishop on d3 eyeing it. Rook could come to d4 to make sure the knight from f6 isn't jumping anywhere, but it doesn't feel like it's enough to give white any serious chances here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I see the engine bar jumping a little bit to white's favor, and after rook d4, he's not believing in white's position at all for fighting for advantage. But to a human eye, this doesn't really feels like white has anything in the position. Black has way too much dynamics. Yeah, Anish goes rook e8. He wants to go now rook b4. So maybe white will even lose a tempo on a3 just to make sure that this positional threat of rook b4 will be covered. Yeah, the move a3 on the board. And black has just too much activity, because what has happened in this position so that black gets under some real problem? If white gets time to go g4, h4, and push g5, dislocating the knight from f6, then the pawn on d5 will be vulnerable, and also maybe eventually black's king on g8 can become weak on the light squares. Yeah, that is clearly white's plan, and this is what Jan is trying to achieve with his rook d4 plan. But Anish is eyeing some very quick activating of his king, basically saying that I know what you want, but do you really want this if I'm getting my king active very, very quickly? And black will have some king c5 or king e5 move. depending on the situation. So a very, very sharp position, because actually this G5 line continues, but it does feel like black will have enough dynamics. And Jan says, okay, I know what you want. Let me stop this idea of activating black's king so quickly. He goes rook e1. But now Anish comes back with the rook from b8, saying that the rook is doing nothing anymore on the b file. You played correctly with a3, and I'm gonna fight for the e file myself.
And rook e8 on the board now. The question is, how does white react to the question of trading? Because if you trade on e8, it would give the e file to black, and he could eye rook e1, rook a1, attacking the a3 pawn if there's a trade on the e file. But on the other hand, if white tries to capture the b file with rook b1, maybe Anish can actually just insist on a trade of the rooks. I think he's gone for rook b1, taking control of the b file. Can black actually insist with a move like rook a b8 here?
Exactly, that's a very big question. That will black just try to play rook e b8, offering the repetition possibility, or will he just play rook a b8? I mean, it's not because black plays for a win or whatever, but it's more like a psychological thing that after rook a b8 you feel like, you know, your opponent will have to make a choice, while after rook e b8 there is this offer like, okay, he can go back and let's just repeat. It's a very, very important and very interesting psychological moment. I'm really curious, because one does feel like the move rook a b8 would be more natural, but knowing that there is the chance eventually with rook e b8 to offer a repetition, it's still, I would not rule out rook e b8, but I feel that rook a b8 should be the better move.
That's such a nice insight there, that if you make the move rook e b8, you're basically making a draw offer to see if white has something better or not. But when you make the other rook to b8, it's not about whether it's advantageous or not, but just you make it clear that you're up for a game, that you're not right now, you're not offering the repetition, and rook a b8 is the choice that Anish goes for. Now, the question here is, Peter, white can't really avoid the rook trade. I mean, moving it away and giving up the e and the b file just seems like something that white doesn't want to do. So after rook b8, what is white's plan? He goes rook a4, attacking the a5 pawn.
No, this is my move. Yeah, I mean, I want to play rook a4 because I feel like my rook on d4 is stupid, and you have the b file, so I want to at least invite your rook to a8, and then I might be also able to play c4 and trade the c pawn for the d pawn. It doesn't really offers me, yeah, and it's on the board. Rook a4 is played, rook a8 is played as well, and now there are two possibilities: just bringing your king, yeah, and then black will also bring his king. We don't know exactly, but what really happens. But I'm slightly worried that if I bring my king and then my rook is stuck on a4, then maybe this knight will start jumping and I might run into some kind of a trouble. That was one of the reasons why also the move c4 came to my mind, that after c4 you cannot really make the move d4, because then I'm going to play c5 and I'm targeting now both pawns. You are not able to defend both. And if I play c4, then basically white makes sure that white can never lose the game, but also he knows that he will never be able to win it. We both have weaknesses. I have the pawn on f5, which is a weakness. You have the pawn on f7 weakness, yeah, and Jan goes for it. It just feels like a very natural move, yeah.
Yeah, c4, very nice idea, absolutely, to open up the bishop, and black has to be careful that he doesn't give away the a5 pawn. I was just wondering about this line with knight d7, c takes d5, knight c5. You still have to move rook d4. And this endgame, after you trade on d3, and get your king to e7, is that holdable?
Yeah, maybe it's holdable, but I mean, black doesn't feel any need to go for it.
He doesn't, and he decides to improve his king position with king e7.
Yeah,
does this run into takes on d5 and bishop e4? Ah, you have knight c3 there, maybe.
Knight c3, yeah. I mean, cd5, knight d5, bishop e4, knight c3 might be in fact a bit tricky for white. Okay, I can of course play rook c4 and it should be a dead rook endgame, but still, I'm not sure that I want to give up my bishop immediately. But I mean, the knight is very strong. This knight d5 is very tricky. But Anish now also taking his time. That does he want to take on d5 or just to make sure that he's not missing anything? Yeah, it's he knows that if he can recapture on d5 and white doesn't have any trick, then black is just perfectly fine. I mean, nothing can really happen because knight is very active and white's pawn on f5 is kind of vulnerable. His king is also a little bit far away.
Wow.
Anish first goes king d6. Answered by king f2. Yeah, white has to bring the king. Also, black would love to activate the rook, but the pawn on a5 is hanging. So he goes king takes d5. Wow, this is a surprise because he runs into bishop c4 check and giving up the f7 pawn, but
he can go king e5 and pick up the f5 pawn.
Yes, he goes for the f5 pawn.
And the knight now has got all these jumps on g4 and e4, still very active. There's no bishop d5 hitting the rook on 8. Still looks like things are under control, but I would have liked black to keep that f5 pawn alive because it felt like a weakness. But now with this trade-off, it might suit white more to have gotten rid of this f5 weakness.
Exactly. I also have the very same feelings that now at least white knows that he can maybe pretend to play this position. Yeah, while before I was not sure that white is not just happy if he shuts the game down. So in this regard, knight takes d5 there was more logical, but okay, black's position is super safe, super solid. It's one thing that it looks like black's rook is more passive because he has to protect the pawn on a5. On the other hand, the rook on a4 is also not doing much, and black has a lot of square for his rook, and lot of squares for his rook, and the knight can start jumping. I do feel that it's a very, very drawish position. I don't really see any chances for white. Yeah, black's king is also more active. Yeah, this is the key factor. Yeah,
I love how all of black's pieces and pawns are on the black squares.
Exactly. Let's just highlight this. This is very, very nice because it's just super safe from black. And okay, he can. The knight on f6 is wonderful because white will never have any rook e4 checks, and he can maybe just make passes with rook a8, rook a7. Also, he can maybe try to play g5. It's also one of those moves that feels quite natural in the position.
G5, especially because white doesn't have an option to go h5. He would need to trade off, and as we go into positions with fewer pawns, gets more and more easy for black to handle the position. So he trades off on g5, activates the rook. Now black can also activate the rook, but he needs to be a little careful about rook c5 check. So currently a move like rook b7 would actually run into rook c5 and picking up the a5 pawn.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a move like king d6. No, he goes g4. G4 check. So this is a very, very direct idea. He wants to...
Probably after king g3, he can go knight e4, and there are some tricks with king g4 and rook
Exactly.
g7. Let's just take a look at that. And suddenly after king f3, rook g3 picks up the pawn on g2, and there's knight d2 as well. King h3 runs into rook g3, picking up the pawn on g2. And this could be the idea of how he wants to fight king g3. So he falls back with the king to f2, wanting to go king e3 if black gives a check on e4.
Yes, king f2 and okay, now suddenly, I mean, black can try to be ambitious, yeah, because white is a little bit awkward with bishop a2 and king f2. Anish immediately going rook b7, settling rook b2 check.
Wow, so no time to go rook c5 and rook a5. So now it's white's rook who falls into defense with rook c2. Very interesting creation of dynamics on the king side, and these few questions that black has started asking, advancing the g pawn, pushing white's king forward. If you look at the piece activity now, a very different situation from what we had a couple of moves earlier.
Exactly, it's literally very, very tricky because I mean, if black gets knight e4 check in, then white's king will be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, g3 move had to be played. I mean, making sure that you kick this king away, because king f4 knight e4 combo would be very, very unpleasant. Now after g3 check, black doesn't have a really good square for his king, and white will stabilize his position, probably activate his king to e3, and it looks like he has everything under control. I mean, I'm really expecting a draw here. But still, the position is a little bit tricky. I mean, if, for example, one of the side prematurely would feel that he has the right to play for a win, then maybe his opponent will get a chance. Yeah, so you have to really keep things under control. Knight e4 played, and hitting the g3 pawn. So now something like rook c4 would be also quite tempting from white side, just to clarify the situation, and it's probably just immediately draw. I mean, rook c4, knight takes g3 can be, maybe I'm even not taking on g4, because rook g4, knight f5 check steal. Of course, that draw, I just move my king to d3, but I wanted to highlight that maybe even after knight g3, just rook c5 check, forcing the king back, and then I'm still having also the option of going king f4 and like this capture the pawn, or first take on a5. I mean, all looks very, very drawish. We are seeing this line.
We might see this. We might be seeing this on the board as we've got rook c4 hitting the knight g3. I like the option of rook c5 attacking the a5 pawn, but he decides to play it safe, play it simple, just captures rook g4. And now knight f5 check, and the king moves to d3. This should end in a draw any moment. Peter, meanwhile, a completely crazy opening in the other game.
Yeah, what is this at all?
I have no idea.
I think this one, yeah, we can just finish that. Okay, the players will pretty soon agree to a draw. I'm expecting 2 more moves max in this position. So let's jump to the Magnus game. What is this exactly? So it was 4 knights that I have seen, and then he goes h3.
So no a4 this time, which is what we saw in that game 1.
Yeah, so basically what we see that Magnus is always trying to lure his opponent to go for this bishop b. It's basically like the reverse stuff when white goes bishop b5 here, but black already has the h6 extra tempo. Yeah, that's kind of the justification for Magnus, and we see what happened there. h3 bishop b4, going knight d5 immediately. Now knight takes d5, e takes d5, e4 played. From the reverse color, this is a very famous drawish line, but of course now black doesn't mind the draw, so it's more like Magnus has to have some tricky idea here. What he's trying to say that thanks to this h3 move, I have some extra possibilities. Queen takes f3, d takes c6, and the move bishop c4 on the board. I still struggle to really get excited about this position. I mean, I was very excited one move earlier, but now that I see that it's very symmetrical, I mean, unless white wants to play some fancy move with king d1, and it's supposed to be the whole trick of the position, maybe king d1, because otherwise there is just no point. I mean, if white would trade the queens, that's just ridiculous. I mean, it's like a draw offer. I wouldn't really be surprised if Magnus goes for some king d1, and it's a tricky position. You play castles.
Castle?
I go rook e1, hitting your queen, and claim that, you know, this bishop is not really developing, and I might be even, I mean, I'm just making things up because Magnus has to have some spicy idea. Yeah, if not, then he can just force the draw, but it's not why he's playing this fancy stuff with h3.
All right, so after queen e7, we'll see whether Magnus decides to trade off the queens or move the king and go into a fascinating middle game. Meanwhile, we do have a draw in the other game. We were predicting that, but let's just see the last couple of moves, how they went and how it ended, because I see it was an a pawn and the king managed to find its way back. Peter, maybe we can just go through the last few moves of the Anish.
Yes, we're gonna go there immediately. I just want to highlight that, yeah, Magnus did play the move king d1. I mean, it was clear that Magnus is in this kind of mood that he wants to play fancy moves. So king d1 was basically obligatory. But we're gonna come back to this game very quickly to see. I was saying that we're gonna see only a couple of moves, like 2 moves. I was, to be honest, expecting a repetition here with king d3, king c3, but nothing changes, because after rook c4 takes, you can play this position as long as you want, but you know exactly that no surprises will ever happen here. Black is making sure that if white captures on a5, he goes knight c3, gives his knight for the pawn, and it's a draw immediately. So you capture, and you play this completely drawish position with white's king in front of the pawn, stuck in the corner, and black is not letting this king out, so it's just a draw.
So 2 draws, but 2 very big fights in both these games. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen still having some fun. He's gone king d1, opened up the game for a Wild middle game, rook e1 on the board. Black has also developed the pieces, but Peter, I know you were mentioning that it's an interesting idea, but it just to me feels like pushing it a little too far, because black seems to be the one who's ahead in development. The rooks are coordinated. Bishop e6 right now on the board. If you trade it off, fe6, the f file opens up, hitting the queen, hitting the pawn on f2. I just feel like it's a bit too much for white to go into this line.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very, very tricky because, for example, after bishop e6, fe6, there is also the very, very direct move, queen b. I'm not a fan of this queen b3. I'm not. I really want to just keep the position. I go queen e2, and I don't really understand. Okay, you have the f file, you have the d file, but if I'm gonna be able to get f3, I'm gonna get d3, bishop d2 out, then you cannot really make any use of those open files, while the pawn on e6 remains a weakness. Of course, d3 will not be so easy to play. I would first want to kick the bishop from b4, but I'm just illustrating that this pawn on e6 is a potentially very, very big weakening from black side. And in this regard, I feel like also the move bishop e6, that was the reason why I suggested king d1, because I felt like, if here black doesn't play the move bishop e6, then white might have some dangerous tricks against the f7 pawn. Bishop from c8 is not really moving out. Unfortunately, the trick that I wanted to highlight, after something like queen h4, like white will sacrifice queen f7, it doesn't work because rook f7, rook e8 check is not checkmate, but after bishop f8 resigns. So yes, the queen sacrifice doesn't work, but still it was kind of very, very dangerous for black to move away because white gets a tempo move with rook e4, and the queen is running out of squares. And the bishop from c8 will not really have a chance to develop. So in this regard, I feel like, and look at this, I'm loving it. I mean, after bishop e6, Magnus has played the stunning double exclamation mark rook e2 move. Not bishop e6, but rook e2. No, he wants to triple bishop takes e6, and after fe6, he will not be forced to put his king to passivity, but he will be able to get his queen to e4 immediately. He will also get d3 because his rook will not be pinned anymore, and he just wants to get this structure. I mean, what a stunning move, just brilliant, bishop rook e2.
Bishop c5, and maybe the king will walk over to the king side, defending the f2 pawn even more. That might just be too much fun to believe. But bishop c5 currently insisting that after bishop e6, fe6, still eyeing the f2 pawn. Peter, you were talking about that idea of queen f7, rook e8 in this circumstance not working because black has that move bishop f8. And it reminded me of something that Fabiano said about how the worst kind of checkmate is when it's not checkmate. And that was that moment, because it's so easy to have these spots where you feel you're actually giving mate to your opponent, but then the bishop falls back and it's game over for you.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's the point. I mean, always whenever we see mating ideas, we get overexcited, but you have to calm down and you have to carefully calculate everything objectively. I mean, not carried away by emotions, because if you really deliver a checkmate, which turns out not to be a checkmate, then usually you end up losing that game. Yeah, this is the trick, and you always have to make sure of that. I'm also feeling that this position is super fun, but I do believe that black is risking a lot. This whole stuff of eventually ending up with f takes e6 structure is definitely not what I would ever allow from black side. But yeah, clearly Wesley is relying on this fact that he wants to push the f2 pawn, but very scary.
Very scary, but for me, I still feel with this king on d1, rook e1, rook e2, very creative play by Magnus, but what is it all going to lead to? I still think with black's development, he should be able to find some resources, some way to make sure white doesn't coordinate easy enough. I do see the evaluation bar also seems to agree with you, Peter, that white's the one who's playing very creatively and well too, because it feels like he's doing well. What happens after a move like bishop c5? Do you go d3 now that it's not pinned? The rook on e1 is not pinned anymore. Do you continue with development? How do you finish this awkward construction that you've made, relying on creating a weakness on e6, but still not solving your development problems?
Yes, that's kind of the mastery. Yeah, I really loved Magnus's last move, rook e2, and of course, it will be very, very strong if he comes up with a very special idea. Now, if black gets his play, then it wasn't obvious. So yeah, Magnus goes d3. Nothing concrete. He still keeps the tension. He needs this d3 move, and black's position is what worries me, because whenever I finally decide to take on e6, I see exactly in front of my eyes how white will come out of this problem with the king on d1. I'm not scared of that at all. I'm more worried for black that how do you create for yourself the chance. Yeah? And look at this. Wesley goes queen h4. He's just very worried of all these things. He wants to make sure that this pawn on f2 will be targeted, that he will not end up getting this structure. And now the difference is, compared to the previous line, that after rook e4, black can capture on f2. So Magnus goes queen f4, and now we are talking about a completely different structure, because actually black has the chance of taking on c4, d takes c4, giving rook a8 check, then also getting bishop d6 in. Or how does white react? Probably white plays king e1. Yeah, white plays king e1, and then he wants to combine some, but okay, it's very, very hard to believe that this can really be something for white, but maybe, yeah, because after all, the rook on e2 is very nicely placed, bishop on f4 is eyeing the c7 pawn, and after king e1, white will also have the move rook d1 coming up very, very quickly.
Queen h4 feels like a really good resource that Wesley found, actually, because let's just show what happens if white tries to create this weakness on e6, which was the whole idea of these very interesting maneuvers by white. Suddenly we see the f2 pawn is so weak, the queen on f3 is attacked, you move it, black trades the e6 pawn for the f2 pawn, and then the king on d1 would be in big trouble. I really like to move queen h4, but Magnus barely took a few seconds to blitz out queen f4. Makes you feel like he had it in mind that queen h4 is a possibility, and he was ready for it with this queen trade. Now, this line that you were pointing out, I don't see a better move for black than to trade queens, because if you don't, then probably white will pick up the bishop on e6. After queen f4, bishop f4, the c7 pawn is attacked as well. So let's just see what happens in that position.
But actually, if you are talking about this, there is still the move queen h5, because you are pinning the rook, and then if bishop takes e6, f takes e6, I'm again faced with the same issue that the pawn on f2 will simply fall, because I'm not able to protect it. Maybe this is the reason why Wesley is taking his time, that he feels that this is a very, very important moment, that if he trades, maybe Magnus will get some tempo and create something. And we all know that if against Magnus you suddenly end up in an unpleasant endgame, what it can mean. Knowing this, the move queen h5 actually is quite appealing, that you are threatening already to take on c4 with the queens on the board. Yeah, queen h5 on the board. I'm liking this move.
That's a really nice find, keeping the pressure on f2 now by pinning the king on d1, finally taking advantage of this king's little journey across the board to d1. After queen h5, how is white reacting? Because bishop c4 now can also be met by queen c4. So not that worried about that threat. I also see there's an option to make a move like queen g5, insisting on the queen trade, but probably that's a better circumstance for black, because at least he goes for it. After this queen trade, the pawn on c7 isn't hanging anymore.
Exactly, that's a very, very big tempo. I also feel that somewhere...
And d8 square. Peter, it also controls the d8 square for the time being.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like, at some point also f6 will be a very, very big tempo, because you get king f7 in. So certainly a clearly improved version from black side. He rushed with the move rook e8. I don't know exactly, but okay, it's a very natural and very logical move. And when you, yeah, and white plays the move c3, it's clear that black is perfectly fine. I mean, black has just nothing to worry about.
But very strange how both these decisions were criticized by the evaluation bar. We did see rook e8. Suddenly it said that white is doing well. And then after c3, it again dropped down. It's so hard to understand why.
Exactly. I mean, okay, basically to a human eye after rook f8, it's kind of, if it's your analysis, you just write in, yeah, equal, black cannot be worse, and that's it. And then engine bar saying that there is something in the position. Come on, give us a break. I mean, we just cannot even imagine that happening. Okay, white played the move c3. After c3, it's clear that white is definitely also feeling that I have nothing in the position. Wesley plays the move king f8. Black is stabilizing his construction. Yeah, bishop f4 played. I'm actually expecting a rather quick draw now. Black has rook a d8 check first, then you trade on e2, get bishop to d6, trade the bishops as well. Yeah, king e1 played. I mean, I'm seeing some rook endgame appearing, which looks very, very drawish.
But no reason for Magnus to not go for that or feel disappointed with it, because after all, he is leading the set one in their match. And also, I have to say, some really cool prep by Magnus in this match, going for this 4 knights position, showing these two different ideas in this game with white. The first one worked beautifully, but in this one, Wesley was ready to handle this creative way of finishing development. He declines the offer to go into any rook endgame and says that he wants to keep the bishops on the board and keep playing.
Yeah, and look at this. Another engine bar is jumping because it's a little bit kind of justified. I noticed that engine loves this c5, c3 construction against the c7, c6 pawns. I think that maybe Wesley should have not given this chance. I mean, this is exactly those type of positions that now Magnus will play for a long time because he believes that maybe he can put some pressure. I don't know exactly in a practical game how much chances you have, but at least white feels that maybe I can try to squeeze the position while maybe even a move. Yeah, and Magnus now trades the rook d1. And a little bit with this pawn on c7, actually, it looks like it's completely nothing. And it should be nothing. Yeah, black plays the move f5. But somehow computers always say that this is playable for white.
So if white was to go into this forcing line with rook d8, and then go bishop g5, trying to get white to make the move bishop f6, you still have a rook to e8 here, keeping everything under control, including the pawn structure. So he decides to trade on d8 and hits the bishop with the move bishop d2. Still doesn't feel like it should be enough. Even a move like rook e8 still going for this position and then just falling back with the bishop and trading the rooks off.
Yeah, rook e8, very, very natural. Also blitzed out by Wesley, and you know, I'm a little bit shocked by the engine's evaluation. It does look like, okay, white might be able to play, but why should white really be better here? That's another thing. But the danger is that if you play bishop f6, then all of a sudden white in a bishop f4, hitting the pawn on c7, and you might end up in some really passive position. I just, you know, knowing Magnus, if it would not be Magnus from the white side, I would say that no, this is just a dead draw. Forget about it. There is no danger. But I know Magnus, and I also know that he loves this type of structures. I remember his game against Alexeyev from 2008, from the Beer tournament. And there he was, for the very first time, you know, showing the power behind this construction with pawn on c5 and c3. When I looked at that game for the first time, I thought like, okay, what a joke. And then later on, you know, I started respecting that. Wow, I mean, what a deep idea. And for this reason, I felt like, you know, especially against Magnus, because I believe that the position is just nothing here. After bishop e3, play the move b6. It might look like it's counterintuitive, because why do you put your pawn on b6? On the dark squares, but actually it doesn't really matter. Just make sure that white will not get this c5 fixing the pawn on c7. You anyway get enough activity with other moves. So there was a moment like, you know, just not to let this happen. And now we are getting this endgame, which might be completely draw. Or what happens? So king d1, king f7, yeah, king c2, bishop f6. So trade states, bishop f4, king d7, king d3 happened. h5, f3. Yeah, after all, okay, this is a weakness, but it shouldn't be now. But okay, Magnus will play g4. I mean, he will try to squeeze something, but okay, objectively, of course, it should be a draw.
And after g4, the question is always how does black react? Because taking it with the f pawn would give the king a square to e4 to try and come into attacking black's pawn. So I think it was crucial for him to not take a decision and let the tension be. But this does release the e5 square as well as the f5 weakness. And now a move like bishop e5, you step away with the bishop to h4 so that bishop e5 on the board. And I think bishop h4 is a possibility here, trying to threaten bishop f2.
Yeah, but then I step back with my king to e3, then you have to watch out for king f4, you have to go bishop g5. Yeah, probably.
And you try to keep things under control like this, because if you go passive here with a move like bishop d8, then maybe bishop h8 and you suddenly start threatening king e5. But even
but then king
e6.
e6. Then I'm still in time to get king e6. But you know, it reminds me a little bit of, yeah, bishop d8 on the board, of this bishop endgame between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. That first, it looked like it's a dead draw, I mean, just nothing to play for, and then suddenly it turned out to be very, very tricky, even very bad for black.
Might just see a repetition here with bishop e5 on the board one more time, and Wesley goes back, bishop, yeah, that's it. And that ended in a draw, which means that Wesley has to win the next game, game 4. He will take on Magnus with the white pieces. Currently, he is trailing a point behind. A brilliant win by Magnus in round 1 in a similar opening of the 4 knights, where he found this incredible idea of sacrificing the piece and checkmated Wesley's king in the middle of the board. So right now, Wesley looking to make a comeback in that one. We've got a liftoff in our Anish-Jan match.
Yeah, and what is this exactly? I mean, it looks a little bit strange. So finally, again, Jan Nepomniachtchi played the move e6, so he doesn't mind the pausen. He's ready for it again. And now Anish says, all right, one time in the first game, I already used my surprise with c3. I'm not going to repeat it. It was very interesting against an unprepared opponent, but if Jan already knows what he's doing, then it shouldn't be that critical. And we see that Anish goes for bishop e3, and after e6 plays knight takes c6. I mean, to be honest, I don't know this move at all. I mean, this knight takes c6 move exists, it's there, but usually when black plays b5 and white plays some bishop e2. But just here after bishop e3 to capture knight takes c6, that's quite a big surprise. My main favorite move used to be queen d2, and another big move queen f3, which I've started playing more recently. But Anish's knight takes c6, a big surprise. What is it? Queen takes c6, bishop e2, b5, e5. Yeah, this is already typical that white wants to activate the bishop immediately. Black has some problems on the long diagonal, so black has to play bishop b7, bishop f3, met by queen c7. If black develops, it should be fine, but for the moment it looks quite scary because black is behind in the development, and somehow it reminds me that it was not supposed to be so good for black. I mean, this is quite a dangerous setup.
So after queen c7, you're not really hitting the e5 pawn because the bishop is hanging on b7. Short castle comes to mind, so that after bishop f3, queen f3, you get your queen on f3, plus you attack the rook on a8. Is that the way to go, or should white actually trade bishop b7, queen b7, but then the g2 pawn is attacked and might give black the time that you were just speaking about to go? He's gone for bishop b7, queen b7. Now short castle, he needs to defend the g2 pawn, or maybe a move like queen g4. But in either case, black gets the time he needs to make a knight e7 and bring out the knight to either f5 or to g6 or even to c6 to hit the e5 pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is probably a very critical position. I'm also sure that this is some kind of a theoretical position because knight takes c6 was kind of a surprise there after bishop e3, a6, but this construction with knight takes c6 and queen takes c6, bishop e2, this already feels like it transposed to something. And let me try to, because I'm not an expert here, I just have some very old memory. But it was bishop e2, a6, short castle. And here the move b5 was always supposed to be unpleasant because after knight takes c6, queen takes c6 was not supposed to be good because of all these bishop f3 ideas. I don't know exactly e5 first or bishop f3 first. In any way, this was dangerous. And then here black was supposed to be playing d takes c6 when white goes a4 immediately, and it was unpleasant position. But this is slightly different because after queen takes c6, we see that here with the white king already castled and the bishop is still on c1, white has a better version. So probably that's the whole point of Jan's play, that he feels like, you know, with bishop easily committed instead of castles, he gets exactly that 1/2 tempo that he needs in order to stabilize the position, because he definitely relies on some knight e7, knight g6, or eventually knight e6 idea with b4, and then once kicking away the knight from c3, landing his own knight on d5. I mean, those are the typical ideas in the position.
And Anish, really thinking how to answer the question of the g2 pawn being attacked. What are the options here, Peter? Is there anything? Castle looks like the natural way to react. But what else comes to mind? Because queen g4 can also be met by somewhere a move like h5. It just feels like it's giving additional options. Also, rook c8, rook c4 could hit the queen on g4. Not really sure if that's the ideal square where it belongs. Wow, take a look at this. He goes queen d3, inviting queen g2. Does he want to go long castle? Is that the point? Hitting the pawn on d7 and gaining all these tempos and the ultimate initiative then?
Exactly. I mean, grabbing on g2 looks very, very dangerous. I mean, white goes long castle, white will have then knight e4. Okay, black queen has to return immediately to c6, otherwise white gonna play the move knight e4, and then the queen on g2 will be stuck. But after queen c6, it feels like, you know, black is just so far away of developing, and knowing that Anish usually doesn't like to sacrifice pawns prematurely. So if he is really willing to sacrifice it, it means that he believes that this is just very, very risky for black. Let's take a look at what other options does black have. If black sticks to his plan with knight e7, then also white gonna try to go long castle. That's the idea. I mean, okay, queen d3 brings new spice to the position. I'm loving it, because I felt like if white plays it slow with castles, then it's not so dangerous, and the move queen g4, as you described, it run into too many ideas with rook c8 and with h5. So I was not a fan of queen g4, but queen d3 very interesting. And Jan says, you know what, I want to try to target this knight, I want to eliminate this knight, because then I might get knight e7, knight d5, but it comes at the cost of, if you give up your bishop too early, then white will have bishop c5 ideas, seizing the dark squares and posing some problem to your castles. So quite a committal decision, this bishop b4.
And I like that Anish instantly played short castle after bishop b4. You don't want to go long castle. The c file is just too dangerous, and black feels too fast, especially because he's already got the bishop on b4, hitting the knight on c3. After short castle, I don't know if he needs to rush with bishop c3. Can he continue the plan of development, trying to get the pieces out? Knight e7, yes, it gives white the opportunity to jump with his own knight to e4. Let's not forget the d6 square, but then maybe knight f5, trying to keep things under control, keeping the d6 square under check, also eyeing a white's bishop on e3.
Like this, yeah, with knight f5, because there was also one other option that you can maybe try to use the moment that you have the move queen d5, trying to force some trade of queens. I mean, it's also a possibility.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean,
because queen d5, after rook d1 as well, you could just trade and put the knight either on, I would prefer the knight on d5 in that position, so that d7 is under control as well.
Exactly, knight d5. I mean, this one feels quite solid for black. I mean, I just don't really feel like black is in any danger here. Maybe there will be some timely a4, but I'm not really afraid of a4. I mean, if I'm able to keep the knight on d5, then I believe that I should be able to handle the position. But yeah, Jan goes bishop immediately. He just wants to avoid any kind of knight e4s. But this is exactly what we have been talking about, that white's bishop will get to c5. I mean, this looks very scary. I mean, Jan has to have some very, very special idea in mind how he believes that he can handle this, because, okay, let me just take with the queen on c3. if you play the move rook c8, I anyway gonna go bishop c5, so it doesn't really matter. And in worst case scenario, I will just protect it with b4. Yeah, queen c3 on the board.
This looks very scary because knight e7 has to be played. You need to finish your development. I see knight e7 is on the board, bishop c5, now making sure you don't get to short castle. And after rook c8, you can just plant this bishop, as you were mentioning, even with a move like b4. Yes, knight d5 is possible, but that king on e8 is stuck forever. Queen comes to g3, starts hitting the g7 pawn. I mean, just to show the dangers in this position after knight d5, queen g3, you can also try and go rook d1, queen h4, give up the rook for the d5 knight and threaten mate on e7. All kinds of tactics on the board here can happen. I'm a little scared after this decision that Jan has taken of giving up this very key defending dark squared bishop, especially after white has already created weaknesses with a move like e5, creating this dark square weakness around black's king. And I don't see Jan being able to castle anymore.
Yeah, this is very, very scary. But Anish plays the move bishop c5. Yeah, now Jan blitzes out rook c8. I'm pretty sure that Jan should have some very special idea in mind. Maybe he believes that he will have time to go f6, king f7 somehow. I mean, I'm little bit, I mean, I'm so shocked that I'm not capable of really finding those extra ideas for black. I mean, I see all the dangers in the position, but I'm still struggling to see all the benefits that Jan is expecting from his position. What does he want?
Very strange decision. I mean, unless you've got a direct line and a direct way to solve your problems, to take this very committal knight on c3 and give up your bishop just feels like it's inviting trouble. I see the evaluation bar. It does seem to say that white is doing well here. Now the decision is on Anish. Does he want to step away with the queen? I like b4, Peter, the move that we've been discussing. It really just makes this bishop on c5 so powerful. You don't care about a weakness like c4 or a4. None of that matters. Black's going to take forever to make anything out of it. The question on black's king off for real now. Queen g3 coming up, rook d1, a4 somewhere. If black goes a5, you of course don't even react to it. You simply go a3 as well, just to cement the pawn on b4. I'm failing to understand what Jan had in mind when he took this knight.
Yeah, this is kind of quite shocking, and also very, very quickly. I mean, it's such a committal move that blitzing it out. Okay, this kind of explains that. Yeah, he's using the fact that he can castle, but I mean, I felt like, you know, with this long-term bishop on c5, I'm even not really worried that you castle. But this is his justification, that if you protect the pawn with b4, I mean, your bishop with b4, then I use the chance of castling. I mean, I don't know. I completely missed it, to be honest.
I missed it too, Peter. I completely missed that black can actually castle here.
Yeah, that's. But this is what we have been talking about. That Jan is very, very creative, very tricky. I mean, certainly, if he feels that this bishop on c5 will force his king to stay in the center, then it's no way he would ever really consider it. But yeah, it's the short castle move. Why he felt like this could be absolutely fine for him. But still, the bishop on c5 should not be underestimated if white gets the chance to somehow activate it. But okay, now with the short castle king, it's a whole different story.
And I see Anish shaking his head a little bit. It makes me wonder if he also missed this option that actually the rook on c8 pins the queen on c3. So the knight on e7 is not on pre, and castling is just an option, just a possibility. It's so strange when these things happen in chess. And we've seen it happen so many times when we are playing games as well. These simple options, there's some sort of a blind spot, and it's almost impossible to explain. It's just inexplicable, but it happens so often that you just miss these ideas that they're possible.
Exactly. I mean, it happens to all of us. And then sometimes, you know, one can say that, yeah, in the heat of the battle with all the tension and so on, you miss castles. But we are sitting here, we have no pressure whatsoever. And we still felt like, you know, castle is impossible because the bishop on c5 is there, controls the diagonal. The king has to stay on e8. And we saw all kinds of horror scenarios in front of our eyes. But all of a sudden, black castle. But still, after AB, I mean, opening up the A file, one thing, of course, white should not fall for, that rook a7 will be met by queen takes a7, and then white loses the rook because the queen is pinned. But that's already, I mean, nobody hallucinates these things. But that one, that the short castle is possible, this was definitely a big shocker.
I mean, I missed it, you missed it, probably Anish missed it. That's going to be interesting to find out later on. All right, rook a7, you really want to get it in, but you can't because the rook pins the bishop. Can white step away with the queen and start threatening? Because, all right, black's king is safe, but the d7 pawn is a big weakness in the position. So a move like queen d4 or queen d3 comes to mind. Does black want to go queen d5 after that?
Yeah, it's one of these things that you want to move your queen. I feel also that in general black wants to play knight d5 and rook a8. If he gets both moves in like knight d5, rook a8, then black is absolutely fine. I mean, any kind of endgame is probably okay for black, but still in long terms we should at least mention this plan that white will have the move of sidestepping with the queen, and then even when we trade everything done, then he has the move c4, b takes c4, queen c4. So at least he can create a pass pawn. It's another thing that with the monster knight on d5, we feel like that this should be always controlled nicely. Anish plays the move queen d3.
I like queen d3 because it also eyes not just the d7 pawn, but the b5 pawn as well. And knight d5 on the board. What is the point now if white goes rook a7? Is there a trick in the position, or does black simply step away queen c6, also threatening knight to f4 next? In some positions that could be very dangerous with the g2 pawn under attack.
Exactly, but one of those things that I think Anish has in front of his eyes is that, for example, rook a7, queen c6, he plays a move like g3, let's say, and black plays the move rook a8, then he goes rook fa1. Now with the queen on d3, we see the big difference that all these trades on a7 and then rook a8 are not possible because the pawn on b5 is vulnerable, it's hanging. You have to takes, white can capture on b5 and it's a healthy pawn up, and besides if the pawn on b5 is falling, white will eventually have the c4 plan as well. So that's the justification behind putting the queen to d3, but it's another thing if he has to lose a tempo, but he has to include rook a7, because if you start with g3, I would already go rook a8, and you might not be able to create those unpleasant things that I've been talking about. So for my plan, rook a7 would be important. Another question, does a trick like knight takes b4 work? It shouldn't work, but okay, now we should already pay attention to every small trick, but it doesn't work.
Go for it was knight b4 a real problem? Let's take a look. So knight b4, rook b7, knight d3, cd3, the bishop on c5 is still hanging.
Yeah,
so,
that's fine, but I mean, you can just move your queen away, and probably I'm ending up losing a piece.
So queen b3 is the key move, because you don't want to put your queen to d4 and give the c2 pawn, and after this just too much is hanging. In any case, Anish decided to not go for rook a7. Probably this line with queen c6 was worrying him. With f4, he makes sure that he doesn't weaken the long diagonal with a move like g3, but also black can't jump to f4 anymore. So that's how he decides to handle it. But now with this a file being challenged and eventually black getting it, I don't see the big danger around this pawn storm in the king side. I don't believe that it can be actually very dangerous for black.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not a fan of this f4 move, but at the same time, it's a very ambitious way. I mean, Anish wants to get the pawn to f6 and then say that, you know, actually, thanks to my bishop on c5, there is still a discoordination issue in black's position. The queen from b7 is not able to get into the game so easily. So if white gets f6 and then after g6, all these queen d2, queen h6 ideas, the typical ideas, might be very, very dangerous. So black has to find a nice way of not weakening anything on the king side. But it's easier said than done, because after f5 you also don't want to take on f5, because then the knight on d5 will be disbalanced. Actually, it also might cost the game immediately. I mean, I don't know. After ef5, yeah, queen f5 probably just wins the game on the spot, because the f7 pawn is hanging. And look at this, Jan. Jan is also feeling himself under pressure. He makes the weakening move f6. You definitely don't do this move unless you really feel yourself under pressure. I mean, it just shows that this f4, f5 idea was practically very unpleasant to face.
Yeah, very strange, Peter, because the feeling was that after black got control of the A file and this knight on D5 so strongly placed, usually all these attacks don't work, and there are such few pieces on the board as well. But Anish with this F4, F5 plan, and we see the evaluation bar also confirming that Jan after F6, the way he's chosen to handle it, could be in big danger. So he decides to trade. Does white simply pick up this E6 pawn and say that this is very weak? For example, F takes E6, D takes E6, and the queen can already start putting pressure on it with a move like Queen D6 here.
Yeah, there are many, I mean, there are two weaknesses. Yeah, pawn on B5, pawn on E6. Also, white eventually has later, not yet, because now white probably has to watch out for some rook A2 ideas. But potentially white can create a pass B pawn with C4 ideas. So it's quite a scary position, but maybe Jan feels that, it's very important in practical game. It's a rapid game. I have a relatively safe king. I will be able to handle my weakness on E6 anyway, because my queen is very active. It's close to the battlefield. And I also have rook E8 just in case. And Anish taking his time is not taking on E6. He goes bishop D4, targeting.
He wants to take the knight and destroy black's pawn structure around the king. That's a very nice idea as well. You give up your strong bishop, but if you are making your opponent's king weak, it's justified. And Jan says no ways, rook to F8. So he wants to recapture with the rook.
Yeah, he goes rook F8. I mean, trying to get stability, but okay, it looks scary. On the other hand, there is not so much material left. Yeah, so basically, I understand Jan that he believes that probably he can handle it. We also see that he is 5 minutes up on the clock. Basically, that's kind of a justification that you feel like, okay, maybe I'm slightly worse, but I'm 5 minutes on the clock. I have a safe position. Nothing can really happen to me. I will compensate for the slight problems with being up on the clock. It kind of justified his decision that he did not want to run into some mating ideas.
I think in this position, he has created this E6 weakness. And the whole point was that after bishop D4, black was forced to defend the idea of bishop F6. So he couldn't really take on F5. Let's just back up to the point when Jan played rook F8. You would want to try and take the pawn on F5 so that E6 isn't weak. But then white has this move bishop F6 before he recaptures. And that would be an absolute destruction of the pawn structure as well as the king's safety. So once Jan wasted a move which had to be done to play rook F8 to keep things under control, Anish then created the E6 weakness. And now with the move Queen G3, he has a very direct threat of hitting the knight on F6 that was hanging because of the pinned pawn on G7. Knight D5 played. There are all these concrete ideas now, Peter, but it does feel with little material. Hard to imagine white being able to create something. For example, rook F8, king F8, queen D6 check.
Then you play king F7, yeah?
Yeah, because queen E7, I just wanted to point out that there's queen B8, even though, and then queen E8 is met by bishop G7. Queen B8 check would hit the B5 pawn. And if you try to make a move, you can go king F7. There's queen H8 here, also attacking G7, H7. The line just continues because black has got trumps as well with a move like queen G5.
Yeah, exactly. And then suddenly the king on G1 can be really weak. I mean, this whole operation, I'm pretty sure that we might be seeing it. Look F8, king F8 on the board.
Maybe queen H3, Peter. Is that an idea? I'm looking at the live board right now, and it gives the evaluation bar is giving an advantage, and I'm trying to find out why. Is queen H3 an option with a double attack on H7 and the E6 pawn?
So attacking these pawns and also keeping black's king in some kind of a problem, yeah, because this bishop C5 check is also there just in case.
And we are being confirmed by Sachdev that queen H3 looks like the way that can ask the most challenging questions to black. Because how do you activate your queen to attack the king on G1? No good square available, and hard to imagine how black is going to defend both these pawns.
I mean, okay, one of the tricky things behind queen H3 is that the move like knight F4 seems to be quite tempting, no? Hitting the queen and then also threatening checkmate on G2, and Anish goes bishop C5.
He chooses the move bishop c5 and it falls, and we just let's show this line because Sotris is giving a very nice idea here, Peter. After queen h3, knight f4, hitting the queen on h3 as well as threatening mate. And now the move queen g4, we are being told is the way for white to go. It attacks the knight on f4 as well as eyes the pawn on g7. If black goes queen f7, trying to keep the knight so that he doesn't lose the e6 pawn, it runs into bishop g7 perhaps, picks up the pawn on g7 and then queen f4 check.
Yeah, but this is exactly the typical computer chess that human in a rapid game, especially after queen h3, just sees that, oh, knight f4, oh my god, what is happening? I mean, I don't want to lose the game with the white side. I cannot allow this knight f4, it's terrible dangerous counterplay. Also forking on knight e2, hitting on g2 checkmate, I'm losing my momentum, and your brain just stops and you are not calculating any further, yeah? And all these finesses that you're gonna play queen g4, I mean, basically in a human analysis, we would be calling it that maybe in a correspondence chess, you can think about this, or maybe in a classical game if you have really a lot of time on the clock, but when you just put knight f4, your brain automatically tells you that, no, I don't wanna go there. And we do see that Anish's moves, bishop c5 check, king g8, queen e5, both are aimed on the fact that he wants to make sure that he controls any kind of knight f4 jumps. Yeah, this is kind of the very first thing that that comes to mind. You want to dominate the position, and okay, if after I will not break through because the position was not good enough to break through, then I'm not worried if the game ends in a draw. But I don't want to give my opponent the counter chance that knight f4. But it was wonderful to point it out. Yeah, that queen h3 is very, very tricky because according to computer, with this knight f4, queen g4, it's just a multi-purpose move, making sure the pawn on g2 is not hanging, guarding the e2 square. The knight on f4 is hanging. Suddenly black has problem on g7 pawn, but this is so difficult in a rapid game even to come up with.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, queen h3 looked like such a stunning move, but knight f4, you see it, and then you just stop that variation in rapid and say you don't want to face it, and you don't even try to calculate further. Queen e5 now hitting the e6 pawn. Black had to be a little careful to not make the move queen to f7 because that would actually walk into a mate in 2 with queen b8, and suddenly queen f8, thus queen f8 checkmate. So he could not defend the pawn on e6 by bringing the queen to the open file. Queen d7, the only other way to do it, because even queen c6, you don't want to allow white to... Queen c6 was also possible, but for some reason queen d7, I think it makes sense because he wants to try to get this queen to d1. At some point, he wants to move that knight and activate his own queen, which is why I think you want to naturally place it on d7 rather than c6.
Exactly, yeah, it's just more compact, yeah. I mean, with queen d7, you feel more harmony. Also, you want to get your king to f7 probably, and then threaten somewhere to jump with the knight to f6, creating counterplay. Yeah, we see Anish's move, queen d4 is slightly already defensive move, knowing that just playing against the weaknesses it's not enough. He wants to go to c4 and then try to squeeze this position after bc4, queen c4, relying on his b pawn. I think that's his strategy, but feeling wise, yeah, black goes immediately knight f6, using the momentum that you attack the queen, so white is not able to play c4 because then he's losing the pawn. And Anish goes c4. Wow. I mean, hang on. This is the line that I started calculating when I was talking about that takes. Bishop takes f6, gf6, b5 doesn't work because black goes c3 first. But white has the move king f2. And what is exactly this pawn endgame? Because king now you have to
king f7. You
have to come with your king, and then after king e3, probably you have the move e5, and this is very, very important. And white will lose the game because after king d2, black can also get this typical construction, and black's king is anyway in time to cover the b pawn. So this is definitely not Anish's idea. But then after c4, queen takes d4, bishop d4, b takes c4, he wants to push the b pawn, and he just wants to insist, yeah, that he pushes all the way to b7 and try to win the knight. Interesting. So maybe actually black has to take b takes c4 first.
Because Peter, let's just put that endgame. It's actually a very fascinating position, this last position that you had on the board. B5, if you try to make a move like knight d5, after b6, it's very hard for for black actually to keep things together. He will eventually have to lose the knight because the king on g1 is always in time to defend the c6 pawn. King f2, king e2 coming next, and after c3, you can just take bishops.
No, you just push first b7.
You go b7, c2, and then there's check.
Yeah, exactly. And we see Jan took b takes c4 because that was quite a scary moment there. That takes, b takes c4, b5 was just very, very scary. So just let me go back that we are, b takes c4, queen takes c4. Black activates the queen with queen d1 check, queen f1, met by queen c2, and the active queen bothers white's construction because the bishop on c5 is hanging, but it's such a beautiful bishop that you don't really want to move it. But probably you have to move it in order to get b5 in. If you cannot get b5 in, then you just have nothing in the position. Anish 150 on the clock. Queen f2 is basically offering repetition of moves. We see a repetition.
Time as well, Peter. I think Anish realizes that he's better here. This b pawn just playing without too much, or maybe not. Maybe he is going to.
But now it's a repetition. Yeah, queen c2 and c4. That's it.
So he doesn't try to push with the b pawn with less time on the clock. An understandable decision, especially with Jan Nepomniachtchi so ahead on the time and no clear way. And we know how tricky a queen and knight positions can be against the king. Anish decides to bail out there with the repetition, and that means that match has ended in 3 draws. And we do have the Magnus Wesley game. We will go to that, but Peter, just quickly, what was the critical moment according to you in this game?
Well, I mean, there were many critical moments, but one of those very important ones, clearly the point that black could castle. I mean, it was like a shock to us, shock to Anish, shock to everybody, probably a part of Jan Nepomniachtchi who knew exactly that's why I'm going for this position, guys. Just don't worry for me. I know what I'm doing. That was quite a stunning move from black side, and it looked quite safe, but one of those moves after knight d5, this f4 move, I feel, that this was just a brilliant practical idea, because suddenly it looked like it's a very technical position, and all of a sudden Anish creates direct problems because this f6 stuff, maybe computer doesn't care about this, but as a human, you just feel like, okay, I don't want to get all these checkmating ideas. Maybe actually computer says that after f6, I always gonna take and go king h8, and then I'm gonna get rook g8 and I will have counterplay. So maybe nothing to worry about, but there is this constant threat. Maybe even white will just make another move, queen f3, increase the pressure on the f file, and it's always very unpleasant from the black side to just defend like this. So Jan voluntarily went into a quite unpleasant looking position, but he made sure that he's up on the clock. And he felt like, in a practical game, I always gonna have enough. Finally, the critical moment was actually this, that the stunning move queen h3, the computer move queen h3, and after knight f4, queen g4 point, that being the point, I mean, just the human brain doesn't even look at this move. It just stops right there after knight f4, that suddenly it looked like I'm having everything under control, and with just one move with queen h3, I'm losing all this control. But queen g4 was actually very strong, making sure that white gets an advantage, because all of a sudden there is no way of really protecting the knight on f4, and queen f7 runs into bishop takes g7, winning a pawn. So that was like a big opportunity for Anish probably to get serious chances, but he cannot really be blamed for not missing it for not finding it with 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, very difficult. I mean, the only reason that we went into this line was because we could see the evaluation bar suggest that there's something in the position. As you kept pointing out, Peter, that after knight f4, you just stop looking at it because it looks so dangerous. You don't even want to spend time calculating it, especially in a rapid game. Once again, a draw, but a very interesting fight by both these players. We haven't had a single uneventful draw. All these games have been very dynamic and very up and down for both these players.
Yeah, it's a lot of prestige at stake. I mean, these guys are really battling it out. now we're gonna see the fourth game. Will it be another knight off? Will it be another bishop g5 knight off? I mean, clearly now the players in the break will refresh those lines that they actually were not really capable of remembering during the game. So I'm actually kind of expecting a theoretical clash there in game 4. But we also have game 4 in Wesley So's game against Magnus Carlsen, and actually Wesley needs to win, and he goes for some very, very strange looking stuff. I mean, definitely not the typical Wesley who usually plays with very solid construction and then builds the strengths out of his stability. Now, knowing that he has to win on demand, he feels that he needs to create some extravaganza. But I mean, looking at the position and this lovely bishop on g6 from black side, it feels to me, and this knight on c4, white's bad pawn structure with b4, c3, that black is in fact in total control here. And I'm not really seeing how white can justify weakening all these squares.
This looks like a dream outcome out of an Italian for black. I mean, he's got everything that he wanted, a successful d5 break. Look at those knights posted on c4 and on d5, a complete domination in the center, all the pieces playing. This h4 move, trying to attack on the king on g8, doesn't look like it's going to get him anywhere after h5. Is h5 a threat actually, because bishop h5 would weaken the h7 pawn? Is that something that black needs to worry about? He has made the move rook d4 to start with.
Yeah, he made the move rook d4, so basically it shows that the move h5, okay, maybe he also wanted to remove his rook from d1, yeah, because after bishop h5 the rook on d1 is kind of hanging. I'm also not sure that black wants to take bishop h5, or does he have maybe some strike here in the position, but definitely also bishop h5 looks like good enough reason because the rook on d1 is hanging. So any kind of knight takes h7 moves are not dangerous, because after bishop takes d1 we are also hitting the bishop on c2. Besides, the queen from c6 wonderfully defends the 6th rank just in case. That's why also Magnus's last move was the move queen c6 after h4. Black played the move queen c6, opening up the d file, and this is looking just too good. I mean, because Magnus is taking his time, we also see that the NG bar says that Magnus is having a wonderful position. I'm wondering if some direct tactical trick might work with knight takes b4. I mean, the move knight takes b4 is hanging in the air. The only question is, that it's such an obvious move. I mean, I was kind of asking myself, why not to take on b4?
Wait, so after rook d8, you want to take on c2? Is that the point?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because this is very, very tempting. Also, the knight on e4 is hanging. Yeah, that you have to take on f8. I take back with the bishop. The rook is hanging. You have to go rook b1 and then bishop takes if I'm winning the game on the spot. So what is really happening? What does Wesley have in mind?
So knight b4, c takes b4 isn't possible because the rook on d4 is hanging. If you go rook d4 just picks up the rook. If you go rook c4 after knight b4, you go queen c4 and c takes b4, the bishop on c2 is hanging.
Yeah, you have to try to make bishop b3 work because, yeah, cb4 runs into queen c2. But bishop b3 can be met by queen c6 back.
Queen c6 or even queen e2, I was thinking eyeing the e4 knight.
Yeah, it's basically the same idea, yeah, that you just put the queen somewhere where it eyes the knight, and after cb4 again you can take on e4. So a very, very scary moment for Wesley, because Magnus might just be able to strike immediately here, and Magnus still has a lot of time on the clock and he's already thinking for 2-3 minutes. I mean, this might be just match over immediately.
And Magnus just sitting up there and thinking about, I mean, he's not going to miss knight b4. He's definitely not going to miss knight b4. Peter, let's take a look at this rook d8 option, because it feels like it's the only line that white has after knight takes b4, giving up this knight, but the rook on d4 hangs and... So
yeah, but I mean, this rook d8, knight takes c2, unfortunately, I'm even not really seeing the intrigue, because the rook on a1 is hanging and the knight on e4 is hanging.
I'm just surprised that Magnus is taking such a long time and he's having a big think here. Does he feel that there are a lot of other pleasant options as well in this position? And he goes for it finally. He goes for the sacrifice on b4. It's not really much of a calculation there. And Wesley shaking his head. He knows that this is bad news. What really happened here? Because with the white pieces, you don't end up in such a position so quick out of the opening.
Yeah, I think that from Magnus's side, he just wanted to make sure that, okay, he knows that he has a wonderful position. If the line works, it puts an end to the game, and he just wanted to make sure that he's not blundering any move, because that would be devastating. After making sure that everything is under control, he goes for it, and yeah, he takes with the bishop on f8. And I even don't know how to put any resistance, because
I don't see a move for white here. And we see the evaluation bar hates white's position as well. The rook on a1 is hanging. The knight on e4 is hanging. I won't be surprised if Wesley decides to just throw in the towel here and resign.
Exactly. Let's also not forget that Wesley needs to win the game. Yeah. And we cannot even see how he can stay in the game. This is quite frustrating, because he wants to create some chances. But okay, there are just no chances. He got crushed by Magnus, but this is actually what happens when you, I mean, I saw what happened in the game, yeah, just very quickly to show what happened, that Wesley went for this adventure with knight g5. I mean, definitely would never play like this if it would be a normal game. Yeah, he felt like, this is a must-win game. He wanted to create something original, but this is just not the way to play against very well informed Magnus Carlsen. Now rook b1 had been played, bishop takes e4, and this is complete capitulation, because in fact the rook on b1 is trapped. It's not just that black has two pieces. For the rook, knight takes e4, queen e4 will be played. Queen e1 check followed by bishop d6 is also a threat of bishop d6 first. And yeah, Wesley resigns, throws in the tower, Magnus seals set 1.
And in brilliant style, Peter. I mean, that first game, absolute demolition, and this last game as well with the black pieces just felt like Wesley got no chance today. I think it just comes down to this question of finding the willpower and the motivation to give it your best when you're fighting for the third place. I mean, for Wesley and for Magnus, it's just a very unpleasant matchup. You're playing two players, you're playing against each other. Both players in big form. They've had these epic fights before, but what's at stake just doesn't feel like it can push you to give your best.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that after losing today, the way how Wesley lost, I mean, yesterday he will fight, I mean, tomorrow he will fight for his honor, because, I mean, this is just not the standard that we are used to from Wesley. I mean, we have been saying that he is the most impressive player so far in the tour. And I'm pretty sure that he wants to prove that tomorrow. So in this regard, I feel like, what happened today will actually motivate him even more to show who the real Wesley So is, because today we didn't really get a chance to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be about that. It's going to be about coming back to fight it out, to give it your best at the very end of a tournament that you've played so well so far. Or do you just want it to end and struggle to find that inspiration? If Wesley is able to do that, then we know we're in for a big fight, and it is far from over for the world champion. But right now, let's get a result recap of how the day has been so far. Magnus Carlsen takes set 1 against Wesley. So the two of them are fighting for third place currently, which means Wesley has to win on demand tomorrow to take it into playoff. Meanwhile, 3 very exciting games. Anish Giri, Jan Nepomniachtchi, some very interesting opening battles. Lots of complications in the middle game. And at the end, somehow, both players finding this very important defensive resource at the key moment, and it has ended peacefully with 3 draws. I believe with just 1 game remaining, they will play it a little safe, because there is no margin for error. If something goes wrong, you can't come back into the match. Peter, I'm expecting a bit of a safe play, a bit of a pragmatic approach in this upcoming game 4 by both Jan and Anish.
No, I have to disagree. I mean, knowing Jan, first of all, he simply cannot play solidly. Yeah, this just doesn't work for him. And secondly, there is so much at stake. Yeah, prestige-wise. I mean, In both of White's games from Anish, we have seen that Anish managed to put Jan under pressure. Yeah, in this regard, I think there is this feeling in Jan that he wants to prove that he's also capable of putting Anish under pressure with the white pieces. So I'm not expecting at all that Jan will take it easy and think like, okay, 2-2 for today is good. I'm expecting a real fight in game 4.
I hope you turn out to be right, Peter, because that's exactly how we love it and how we enjoy it. But of course, lots at stake here for the players going into the final day. They have to, let's just get the final position of the last game that we had between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri. And we saw here that it did feel like Anish could have some chances with that B pawn, that outside passer, but low on the clock, he decided to repeat with queen after queen f1. In the next game, Jan Nepomniachtchi in their final game will be playing with the white pieces. So you could be right. And we know Jan, he said it himself, he's the kind of player who just plays dynamic chess regardless of the match situation. So it does come down to what opening we are going to see. Do you believe that we might see a knight off?
Yes, I think it's very, very logical because it's also the matchup that's going to be in the candidates. I mean, a lot of mind games. Jan going to play with the white pieces, and then it's also very tempting from Anish's side that, okay, please come on, show me your ideas. Yeah, it's I'm prepared, but it's so nice to see which direction you are thinking to go eventually from the white side. And Jan already showed bishop g5 direction. And if he has already shown the bishop g5 direction, then it actually makes a lot of sense for him to keep on going in bishop g5 because he already revealed that kind of direction. Yeah, so it will not come as a surprise anymore for Anish. And in this regard, I'm expecting that we're going to see a follow-up of their theoretical discussion from game 2.
Let's bring up that game too, Peter, because it does come down to this opening battle between these two players, both Naidov experts, and this was an absolute marathon of a game. What was our evaluation of the fact that Anish went for this very direct line of picking up that b2 pawn, a very dangerous approach, but he managed to survive it?
Yes, well, I mean, it's just the main line, basically, to pick it up. But the new thing was this bishop takes c6 move, yeah, that this is a new kind of twist in the whole modern theory of this line. And at some point it was clear that, both players know that this is possible, but both of them were like, thinking that why we didn't got a chance of repeating our lines. And we already have liftoff. We're going to see this line.
I'm really hoping. So far, so good. So far,
I'm really
so
hoping,
good.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see this line because then finally we'll understand what is really happening in this line. Yeah. Okay, this is happening, f5.
We saw all of this in game 2, which Peter, you just showed us, and bishop e6 again repeated. It comes down to this moment, rook b7, all of this, and now knight and bishop e7. So we are following game 2.
And bishop c4. So that's the first move compared to the second game where Jan played the move bishop d3 and was not really bringing him anything after h6. Bishop d2, queen c5, Anish just equalized very, very comfortably. So he blitzes out bishop c4, Anish blitzes out rook c8 as well, and now the move knight d5. We have been speculating about this position with the bishop on d3. Now we see that with the bishop on c4, this is in fact a possibility. Takes, knight takes d5. Okay, this is going into some very, very dynamic and direct line, trading everything. What do we have here? Does white take with the queen in order to try to make sure that you cannot take on g5, because then queen takes f7 check, king d8, queen d7 check, or rook d7 checkmate would be, yeah, queen d5 on the board.
There was no other move, I think, in the position, because bishop e7, you go knight e7 and keep the piece, and after e takes d5, g5 was hanging. So queen d5, bishop g5 is queen f7, but
no, black has queen c3 check, I think.
Check. So does white want to fall back with the bishop to d2 after queen c3?
Yeah, but if you are, yeah, queen c3 check, blitzed out, and king e2,
wow.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like, if white bishop falls back with bishop d2, then you are not putting pressure on the
e7 back anyway, Peter. He falls back, but giving the c2 pawn. So queen c2, bishop d2 on the board.
Exactly, but now he opened the c5. Yeah, that's a very, very big difference. Yeah, rook c5 is played. Rook c1 is played as well.
And both players blitzing it out, it makes you feel that they definitely know what they're doing right now. This is not a position that you play on seconds. These are not moves that you make on seconds. A clear indication that their seconds, their trainers have been working on this. Meanwhile, the other game was on, and this is the preparation that they've come up with. Rook c1, and suddenly Anish slows down.
Yeah, I also believe that, it might have been already their preparation from long ago, but they just did not expect this line to happen, and it's just so difficult, to really understand, and remember all the lines. Yeah, and we are reaching this end game basically by force, and probably this will be the moment when the players will suddenly slow down. Yeah, h5 blitzed out as well, g3 blitzed out as well. I mean, the players are definitely very, very well prepared here. Black is a pawn up, but the rook on b7 compensates for everything. Black's king is tied in the center. So yeah, h4, g4 played. Look at this, 18 minutes on the clock for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Anish Giri is 16 minutes 45 seconds. It just shows that this is all prep.
Just amazing stuff going on here. Black still can't get out of this king in the center. You can't go short castle. The bishop on e7 hangs. You can't try and go king d8, king c8, because there's rook b8 after king d8. So Anish still has to figure out a way to take out the rook. And I want to ask you, Peter, because g4 takes away the h5 square from the rook. And I think that's a very, very important move and a very important point because Black is still stuck with how to get out from this h8 square. g4 controlling h5, bishop on c1 controlling the h6 square. Eventually, Jan can start attacking the a6 pawn with a move like rook a7. How does Anish solve problems, even though he has an extra pawn in the position, but still lots of questions to be answered here?
Yeah, exactly. The big question is also that who went deeper into the position. That it's basically very clear that from Black side, maybe after the move h5, you feel like, okay, I have analyzed it enough. I know it. I want to go h4. I want to go rook h5. I have a very clear plan. And the computer also, for example, says 0 zeros, then you might have the feeling that, okay, it's enough. I don't need to go further. But after this little move g3, actually, we do see that Black cannot develop the rook to h6 because White's bishop is controlling this. So Black is tempted to keep on pushing the pawn to h4, but then White goes g4, taking away the h5 square from Black's rook. And without the h5 being opened, yeah, this rook is not really joining the battle. And the big question is then, do you start doing some really ugly moves like f6, trying to get king f7 in, which is also by far not so simple, because after f6, White can eventually play maybe the move bishop f4, making sure that the d6 pawn will hang if you step with your king out to the 7th rank. Or also, White can try the same idea with bishop a3 after f6. And the idea of playing rook a7 at some moment is still very much there. Finally, Anish slowed down. It probably shows that his preparation ended probably with h5.
An amazing point there with making this move g3, because if you don't make the move g3 and allow Black to go h4, g4 doesn't make any sense, because then you'll have this option of just en passant and opening up the rook. So to understand this subtle idea, which of course is part of Jan's preparation, where he knows he has to dominate that rook on h8, h4, g4, and if Black continues with h3, it doesn't really help, because rook h4 will not activate the rook. White can always make a move like king f3, keeping everything under control. And after rook h4, he has to watch out for rook e7, bishop g5 as well. So Anish now slowing down, going into a think tank. You were talking about f6, trying to get that king out, but I do feel, Peter, it doesn't feel right to make a move like f6 in this position.
Exactly. I felt like, one move before, here the move f5 made sense, yeah, because you want to go f5 and then you want to go h4 and so on. But after f5, probably White has rook b8 check, bishop d8, bishop g5. That's also one of those very, very scary things from Black side, that, okay, you do see that king d7, I'm not losing yet, but I mean, then rook b7 check again. At least your brain basically stops that, no, I don't want to let this happen. However, after blitzing this move h4 out and after g4 slowing it down, I mean, this will not be so easy for Anish. Yeah, I mean, I know from my own experience that when you are following some computer line and it's all force, and if it ends the game, it's wonderful. But if finally you, after all this preparation, end up being slightly worse and you are tortured in the end game and your brain is not yet in the game because you haven't really been thinking yourself, then it's a very, very tricky moment, yeah, because he suddenly from zero has to make his brain work on 100%, which is never easy.
And look at Anish, he is trying to understand this position and the ideas. Of course, they have these patterns, and take a look at what he does, a very direct way of trying to solve the problems, a 5-minute think almost, and goes with F5. And Jan doesn't even take a second to take a breath there and plays King F3.
Yeah, it's again probably it shows that this is still all part of the preparation. I mean, White wants to make sure that Black is not activating his pieces. It's also justified because if White captures G5, then Black goes Rook F8, targeting the F5 pawn, and it looks very, very drawish. Okay, still there are some questions also here after Rook B8 check, how this endgame ends, because this pawn on H4 might be very weak, but probably no, of course, yeah. Black plays the move Rook H5. That's the key, because avoiding any kind of Rook B8 checks, the pawn on F5 will be targeted, and then suddenly White remains with weaknesses. So the move King F3 absolutely justifies everything that happened in the game so far. And thanks to this, that could be still a little bit unpleasant for Anish.
And we do have Magnus with us after winning that set 1. Let's go over to Oslo.
It looks so counterproductive, or counterintuitive at least.
You grab some space.
You make chess sound so simple, Magnus.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. No, the thing is, you're trying to get a good version of something, some opening in reverse. Like after d5, you're claiming that a4 is a useful move there, and also after moves like bishop c5 or bishop b4 or bishop b7, whatever, you're trying again to claim that there is use for the move a4. Realistically, obviously, it's not even close to being better. But yeah, the fact that I actually managed to play, he sort of jumped into the one line where White has a serious idea is obviously pretty fortunate for me, but still very, very satisfying.
So Magnus, did you simply have fun playing today without maybe too much pressure?
I would say I wasn't particularly motivated for it before today, but the first game helped immensely. After that, I sort of tried to treat it as a serious match, in that I wanted to. I wanted at least not to score any own goals like I did on the previous 2 days.
Now, we are following the final game with Nepo and Anish. Could we get your expert verdict on this strange position with very few pieces left?
I think it's pretty much an ideal situation for Jan here. He's way up on time. The score in the match it's equal, and it feels like he has a little bit of pressure, at least psychologically speaking. So I think he must be pretty happy. I'm sure the computer spits out a draw in one or probably many ways, but yeah, it's a lot more pleasant to be on here.
So yeah, I mean, I agree. I would prefer Jan's position here, but if you were Anish on the flip side, if you had less time and maybe some passive pieces, how would you approach this position with Black?
I would try and force matters. Probably, that's what I would say.
Okay.
Does he have the right to castle, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking of lines like h3 here, and lines like h3 and something like bishop g5 takes, and if not for castle, well, there's also rook f8 actually, but castle obviously solves all the problems you could have.
Yeah, that's cool, castling so late in the game.
Yeah. This is a strange game. This is a strange day. I hope you enjoyed it, Magnus. We certainly did, following your games.
No, as I said, the first game helped immensely when it came to motivation, and I mean the other match has been fun to follow as well.
All right, we thank you so much for joining us, Magnus. Good luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
I actually saw on Norwegian TV too. They named that first game, "Murder on a Chessboard." So do we actually have like the opera game and the game of the century? Do we have another one here for the history books?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, not only is that a rare opening idea that's only been seen before a few times, but just the manner in which it happened. I mean.
There we have the world champion in Oslo. Wesley So has to win his set tomorrow to force a playoff. Big task ahead up of him, but for now, it's all eyes on this final game between Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Anish has an extra pawn, but look at White's pieces, the king, bishop, and the rook dominating the board currently. Peter, for black, I see the evaluation bar gives it as an even position, but playing would be very scary from black. I think troubles are still not over.
Yeah, we see that this pawn on d5, this construction is the one, and combined, of course, with the very powerful rook on the 7th, that really gives White hope of playing for something. But I do like Anish's reaction, because this h4, g4, f5 break, making sure that you get out of this box. And after f takes g4, now this rook f8, followed by g6. He wants to go rook f5, and if black gets rook f5 in, I think it's perfectly fine for black, because then suddenly White will have a problem with his d5 pawn. So one of the big questions is that, does White have a very, very direct forcing line to make use of anything? But I mean, hunting any of these pawns, a6 or d6, will not bring anything, because if White goes rook b6, black plays rook f5, and that's it. It just draw, no matter how many pawns White is taking. So one of my questions is, what happens if I give the check with rook b8 check? I mean, first of all, where does this king go? Will it go to f7, maybe to f7 or to d7?
King f7 feels like it's coming on the way, in the way of the rook. So what happens after king d7? If there's a direct refutation to king d7, then maybe we can look at king f7. But
yeah, well, no, it's just that suddenly I can take on f8, and I'm worried of this. Yeah, rook b8 check played, because bishop f8, I might not take on h4, but I might go king g5 and then take on g6, and you remain with the weakness on h4, yeah? And that's exactly the reason why Anish goes king f7. He doesn't mind if you move the rook back. He might, I mean, if you go rook b6, black will activate the rook with rook c8. So he just needs to activate, and then it's fine. Rook endgame should be elemental draw. So it's more like you are worried of the bishop endgame, because suddenly in the bishop endgame, this pawn on h4 is really falling. But here after rook f8, king takes f8. King takes f8, there is this question of bishop g5, but okay, this is also drawish. Besides, now also bishop takes f8 can be captured, because the pawn on g6 is protected. So now the bishop endgame brings nothing for White. So Jan goes back rook b6, and now Anish activates the rook with rook c8. I mean, I'm feeling like now something like bishop takes d6, rook c4 check. Still there is king g5 in the position, but then you have rook d4 targeting the d5 pawn. I mean, let's just illustrate this. It's a very tempting way for black. I cannot, sorry. I mean, this is again a blind spot, but king g5 apart, even if it would be legal, then black would have also rook d4, bishop takes d7, rook d5 check, making a draw. So that's it. I think Anish has solved all his opening problems, and the match gonna end with a draw today.
And Jan still having more time than what he started with, 15.5 minutes on the clock, while meanwhile Anish had to find the right path over the board, gave it some time, thought over, and found the precise defense. I think the key point here, which you were explaining, Peter, which really stands out, is that in these bishop endings, it's fine as long as you give the h4 pawn, but if black is able to take the g6 pawn, then that would be big trouble with the weakness on d6 and the main weakness on h4. So he couldn't allow that. Very correct play by Anish. And after rook c8, he doesn't care about a move like rook a6, because then the black rook finds itself very active. There's rook c5, there's rook c2 attacking white's pawns, and how is black and very difficult for white to keep it going. Bishop d6 would just end the game on the spot.
Exactly. I feel like this bishop takes d6, rook c4 check, and okay, now we already know that king g5 is impossible. So the move king f3 kind of has to be played, but okay, there are just no winning chances at all in this look end game, especially if you have to step back with your king, because at least with the active king, white could maybe try to pose some trouble, but not like this. So the big question is, if you include rook c6, do you have the move rook c6? That's the very first question, because
can black go rook? He's gone for rook takes a6, but after rook c6, can black go rook to b8?
Yeah, he can go rook to b8, but also there is the question that maybe you can take and play the move king e6, and all of a sudden black is a pawn up, and the pawn on c6 is not queening, and black will get his own pawn with d5 going. So there was just no reason for white to get into this.
Bishop g5 in that position would be very interesting, but yeah, then it's just a race, and instead he decided to take rook to a6 and rook c4. So now the rook is active. He steps back because g5 was a big threat on the board.
Yeah, but now black can also play g5. I mean, just forget about this pawn on d6, bishop d6, g4 check. That's what all matters. I mean, you get activity, you get counterplay, and it looks like black is just eliminating all the dangers of the position.
After g4, Peter, how does white, because white can't really afford to give the h2 pawn, right? Because after g4, for example, a move like king e2, let's just to demonstrate it.
Yeah, I probably go king e3, but yeah, king e2 will run into some rook c2 check at the end.
And having these two pawns versus h and g pawn could be very difficult to defend for white.
Exactly. I mean, those are the marching pawns. So yeah, after bishop takes d6, I'm expecting the move g4 check. I'm a little bit surprised why suddenly Anish is thinking now, because he blitzed out g5. Basically, if you blitz out g5, it means that you're gonna blitz out g4 as well.
Let's take a look at king e3, and can black actually try and create some dynamics by sacrificing the g pawn and pushing h3 after the bishop trade? You do have rook h6 in those positions, so now
yeah,
we can just start
it was one of those lines that I had in front of my eyes is just rook c2, and then white will go king f4, and then okay, we just take everything and it's a draw. Something like this I'm expecting, but maybe there is even some very move per move, another very move per move line. You mentioned this g3 move. I was wondering if after king e3, is it maybe here that you wanted to play g3?
Trying to make it work, but couldn't. After h takes g3 and h3, there would be g4 in all those positions, which I thought would control the h2 square. So hard to make it work.
Yeah, and also after g3, actually, probably I have rook a7 winning the game, because I'm in time to collect the bishop and take care of the h2 or the g2 pawn, depending on the situation. Yeah, finally Anish takes on d6, takes. If he wants, he can still include g4. Yeah, finally goes g4, king e3. That's the line we have been discussing. And okay, it would have been a real shocker if we see something else. Now, okay, instead of rook c2, he also has some other moves, but it doesn't really seem to matter. I mean, it's just a dead draw now.
All right, so king e3 on the board. And the point was that in these positions, when I was talking about g3, Peter, there's this rook h6 at the end, which kind of controls the h-pawn. So I can't imagine black sacrificing the g-pawn to make that happen. He goes and now just rook a2, king g4, rook h2, and I think that will be the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only reason why the players are not agreeing to draw, because they know that they're soon going to have bare kings on the board. so no reason to agree. That's it. Wow, I mean, four really adventurous games. We have seen some really big theoretical clashes here in the Najdorf, which probably the players have already prepared for candidates and felt like, okay, they have too much respect for each other and they are expecting the other to be prepared, and they used it here.
I am predicting that if you're going to have a Najdorf in the candidates, we're not going to see Bishop G5. But who knows? Maybe we will, and maybe we'll see Anish deviate somewhere from Queen B6. But clearly, in this match, they made their preparation very clear. They repeated the lines, showed what they've got prepared for these kind of Najdorfs, with Bishop going for Bishop G5 and Queen B6 picking up that pawn. Exactly, Peter, 4 very, very adventurous draws. Not at all. Do not be fooled by the result. A 2-2 result, but not at all a peaceful match so far. This has been very dynamic play by both these players. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has taken the lead in their set. Peter, what we saw today, especially in the Anish Yan match, I have to say was very high-class chess. No direct mistakes, no big blunders, no big misses. Even when the players were in trouble or out of preparation, they calmed down. They found the exact precise moves. They found the right path. Very high quality chess. We do have Jan with us in Oslo. So let's go to Jan and Kaya.
Take it away, yeah.
I guess this last opening that we saw twice in the games today, I mean, you first in the first game you played this move. In the second game you played this bishop move. Did you have a chat with maybe a friend, a second, in the break?
Yes, I mean, obviously. So I studied this line like I guess half a year ago for both colors, and it's just a draw. To my taste, it's a little bit passive, this endgame. But once you know all the moves like h5, h4, f5, and all this move order which Shani showed. Well, this is just a draw, So I mean, if you slow down here and play inaccurately, then perhaps Black could be in trouble in a slight one. But no, I mean, White is trying, let's say, but indeed, was obvious that Anish is very well prepared. So this, I mean, people normally think that Najdorf is much like, is very fighting, but this one is much like Berlin, So we surely miss Queen D4, Queen E4, while they're playing such a game.
Hard to break down for sure.
Well, Jan, I have to say, it's been a flawless day for you. You played completely rock solid, given no chances to Anish. So are you happy about the day?
Well, first of all, I guess Anish had massive chance in game 1. And he was somewhat better, maybe not that much, but somewhat better for sure in game 3. So I wouldn't say it was anything like solid yet, perhaps we White. But yes, I guess yesterday took a little bit more energy from me, than from Anish, So I guess today he was sort of more fresh, but anyway, this is like two-day match, and tomorrow it's going to be decided. So well, I'm more or less satisfied that I had some concerns about how will I play after yesterday's massacre.
You call it a massacre, okay. Well, because you have been a little bit critical, Jan, of sort of the intensity of the tournament. So many games, so many long days. It must be exhausting for you guys to play and then heading into the finals. So are you sort of happy with your performance today?
Well, I didn't lose any games, so that's why, yes. And especially what makes me happy is that tomorrow is the last day of the tournament, and then finally I can switch to preparation.
I see.
So, it's of course it's big fun to play here, and since I made it to the finals, I mean, it's also like very I guess I could be proud of myself, but anyway, my goals are slightly different, and they are not only not about this tournament only, and it's been a long run.
So what can you do tomorrow then to get that one win? I mean, if Anish doesn't win any games, what can you do to win that one game to win the tournament overall?
Well, probably I got to study some more Najdorf, yeah.
We have it.
And find some improvement to move 45, yeah.
Yeah, and on that note, have you been taking a peek at Anish's chessable course on the Najdorf?
Well, actually, I guess I don't, I don't earn that much to pay such a crazy amount for the course, yeah, but yeah, could be a good idea. But I guess anyway, I won't have enough time to study the whole course until tomorrow. So.
Good idea to rest as well. Jan, good luck tomorrow on the final day. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And I think we're also joined by Anish Giri. Giri, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, have you been listening?
The backstab. Yeah, I mean, I have heard many trash talks, but, hitting it where it hurts into my Najdorf course and calling it expensive, I mean, it's below the belt. I mean, I've seen different things, but this is just below the belt. It's completely unacceptable. Cross the line there. And I think he realizes that, and tomorrow I'll be furious. This is not acceptable.
Oh, okay.
I mean, at a discount, the material, I mean, it's like, I don't know, like $30 or something like this.
Yeah.
While you have to know like how much knowledge and time and effort was put into it. And to call it expensive, I mean, it's just, I just have no words simply for this.
Well, we have enjoyed the Najdorf today, Anish. 4 draws. We were talking about you. I mean, neither of you make any mistakes. You're rock solid. So how do you feel about your performance today?
Well, when I played black, I was very solid. Last game, to be honest, I was prepared really far. Like all the way into the rook bishop endgame, including the h3 f5. It's very important, the whole line, because sometimes, it's based, basically it's all based on these kind of nuances in the endgame sometimes. And this is one line that I don't give in my course because I find it too unrealistic for amateurs or club players. I mean, this will never happen, right, in their games. But in top level chess, it can happen that everybody knows all the way to the end in rare cases. So yeah, that was solid. The other black game was also pretty solid, but in the white games, I think there was excitement, especially in the first one. I was a bit slow, though at some point I thought I will win anyway but it was never 100% easy. Like he always had some sort of some chances of survival going, and then when I tricked a lot of things, even there still. Yeah, like it's not so easy. He's got a passed pawn, so I didn't have any time, and it was not an open goal, but I definitely had to score that one for sure.
And yeah, as you mentioned, Anish, super solid with black, not showing any chinks in your armor, and with white, maybe a couple of small missed opportunities. What will you be doing differently tomorrow with white to maybe take those chances when they come?
I mean, Najdorf is like this Russian roulette, yeah? I mean, I'm going to be taking 4 bullets, but there is one there with, there is one with one with the bullet, basically. So one shot. So, yeah, it's Russian roulette, this Najdorf. It's not exactly solid, but we'll see. We'll see. I've also got the Berlin if push comes to shove. And, yeah, even in the white games, I mean, he's such a ambitious and quick and... a reckless player that you get and you like end up giving chances with white, with black, even sometimes when you don't expect it, even when you are winning, you can lose, or the way around. Like it's like a little bit of a mayhem against Jan. So I don't really have like a long-term plan, like draw with black, win with white. I don't think that's the case. I think you can win or lose either color. And yes, I've played him a lot of times. It's always complete coin toss. And he does, obviously he shows weakness, of course. I mean, if you only look at his strengths, you think that this is the best player out there. He is faster, more dangerous, sharper than Magnus, more tactically alert. There's much more aggression coming from him. So if you look only at his pluses, you think he's the best player in the world, but the other participants also compete, so that means that he also has some vulnerabilities. And you see that sometimes he makes quick judgments, sometimes he's unprepared a little bit. It's possible, but we'll see what happens. Only 4 games to go, and it's going to be very exciting.
And well, finally, Anish, either way, tomorrow we're going to find a winner. One game at some point will end up with the winner. So how will the nerves be for you tomorrow?
The nerves will be fine, but like the one thing I can agree with Jan is that, definitely a relief that tomorrow is the final day, because I'm unable to check up on my team, what they're doing. I have suspicion they're lying on sofas, at the cost of Dutch Chess Federation, watching our games with popcorn and Coke. Occasionally they send me some files, but I'm really not sure. They could be just working 2 hours out of the whole day, and I have no proof. I have to really get back to the training camp, check up on my boys, and make sure things running smoothly, because we gotta prepare for the candidates.
All right. Well, we hope you have some fun on the final day tomorrow. First, before you check on your boys. Thanks for joining, Anish. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, good mood on the players.
Yes, certainly some good mood from Anish there. I really did like his sense of humour when he said he needs to get back and check up on his team. Slave drive.
All right.
And I also liked Nepomniachtchi. It was nice to see him in a good mood.
Yep.
That was a very entertaining and an equally insightful interview by both Jan and Anish. Of course, both of them speaking about the importance of the candidates. And after these 9 grueling days, counting tomorrow, just looking forward to getting back to their preparation. But before that, of course, it is the final day of the final set tomorrow. Peter, Anish sounded a little offended by Jan's suggestion that his Naidov course might be slightly overpriced, and has said that he will come back tomorrow with more fury on the board. Naidov might play an important role. Berlin might play an important role. But for today, I think with these 4 draws that we witnessed, the key moment or the big game where things could have turned around was actually game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, looking back, we can basically know already that was a golden opportunity for Anish Giri to really get ahead on the scoreboard. And also, I don't know exactly which new dynamic would it have happened, to the match, because Jan anyway probably would have tried his Bishop G5 Najdorf, and probably game 4 would have not seen this repetition of this line, because under the pressure of eventually just drawing and losing the set, you feel like, the drawish tendency of just relying on preparation and knowing how well Anish is also prepared, you would feel not comfortable doing that. But apart of that, it would have been very, very difficult to make a comeback for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And maybe we can take a look at this game a little bit, because during the break, I just little bit checked with the computer just to have a feeling for what was really happening, because the things were so quickly escalating that we didn't really get a chance of really understanding what's going on. So that was the moment we spoke about this, that this b5 was a very, very timely break. So White cannot get his typical g4, g5 break in, because Black will be in time to play Bishop b7. And from here on, also I feel like, the next couple of moves had been ultra high class by the players. Bishop e4, not a natural move at all, but spotting these nuances. This is always the trademark of the super players, that they always realize the circumstances that, okay, this is exactly the position where I can give up my light squared bishop, because I'm getting my trumps in different ways. Black couldn't take on e4. That was easy to understand. This we already talked about during the broadcast with the double attack on g7 and on the rook on b8. So the move rook b8 had to be played, and here it starts basically knight e5, threatening with knight c6. We talked about that knight takes e4 was not enough. Bishop b7 very tempting. Bishop takes b7, rook b7, and please pay attention that White is not going after the bishop, not in this moment, not one move before, because it would give actually a very stable position for Black. But Anish goes for the maximum with rook d3. He wants to go rook g3, create terrible dangers on the pawn on g7 and to Black's king on g8. Jan reacted in the most critical manner with rook c8, and after rook g3, he made a mistake. Apparently, this is a mistake according to the engine. He went for the move b5, b4, relying on some very, very sharp counterplay, but it doesn't seem to work. I mean, it didn't seem to work, and the big question was that if instead of b4, could he have played the move after rook g3, maybe the move bishop d6, just stopping any kind of this knight takes f7. But I perfectly understand Jan. It's a practical game. It feels like, your opponent is creating threats against you, you feel like if you go on the defensive, then white will get his attack going and you will go on the defensive. So he goes for this counterplay with b4. Anish uses the moment with knight takes f7, and what is really amazing here is that the things escalate, because it's clear that Jan did not miss knight takes f7, king takes f7, queen g6 check will just win the game for white. But after knight takes f7, Jan relied on the counter strike with b takes c3, opening up the b file, stuttering rook takes b2 check himself. And here was the moment when Anish opted for knight takes h6. There was a chance of just taking on c3 immediately. This was a more stable alternative for white, rook takes c3, but okay, knight takes h6 is such a crazy line and so tempting also from white side. Very, very natural that this move had been played. King f8, rook takes c3. Now black takes rook c3, bishop takes c3, and this is a critical moment because we have seen during the game that the engine bar is jumping up and down, and suddenly here he was a little bit critical, like black is able to save the game. But my big question was, and this is what I checked during the break, that what was that different circumstance compared to the game that could have changed what happened in the game? And the move queen d5, which was such a natural move, should have been replaced with queen b5. And the big difference is that we have seen in the game after queen d5, Anish used the momentum and he took bishop f6. Bishop f6 and was able to give queen c8 check, hitting black's king, and the desirable move king e7 was not possible due to knight g8 check, king f7, and the knight eliminating the dark square bishop, those making sure that the b2 pawn is protected and white remains 2 pawns up. So this was the problem why Jan had to play the move bishop d8, and then he was pinned and was not enough compensation in the position. But the difference between queen b5 and queen b5 is that after queen b5, if now white plays exactly the same way with bishop f6, then black can capture with the bishop, and exactly the same line with queen c8 check, king e7, knight g8 check is not possible anymore, because after king f7 you have no time picking up black's bishop because queen b2 checkmate comes. And because of this, after queen b5, actually, according to the engine that I quickly checked on my pocket, on my handy, gave the following line, and I will just quickly show this because it was truly stunning what compute chess means. After a4, the engine was saying that now you go back queen e8, and all of a sudden this knight on h6 is kind of trapped. Yeah, the knight is trapped. Black goes back with the queen to e8. Now bishop f6 is not good because bishop f6, there are no more queen c8 checks, no more check on the 8th rank. So the computer line actually continued with a stunning line, and that's exactly the reason why I'm showing it. Computer says, you go knight g4 here, because after knight takes g4, actually I can play the move queen e4, double attack on the rook on b7, knight on g4 is hanging. Now the computer comes up with this incredible stunner, queen c8, because you are counter-attacking the bishop on c3, so queen takes g4 will be answered by queen takes c3 using the pin. And my very big question was, because according to computer, you have to force the draw here with bishop g7 check, king g7, queen takes g4, and apparently all this brilliant adventure ends in some kind of perpetual check. But to my human eye, the big question was, which computer was not showing, that why not the move rook c1? Because if I would be calculating this whole crazy line during even a classical game, I would be tempted to close and finish my calculation right here after rook c1. And then computer says, yeah, black is completely lost unless he plays the incredible stunner move e6 to e5. Can you believe this, Tanya? e6, e5 is the whole point. Suddenly the queen protecting the knight on g4 and making sure that bishop takes g7 is not with check. And finally you coordinate your pieces and black is better. That's why white should have forced the draw earlier. I mean, I just felt like, this line has to be shown because it's so spectacular. In the game after queen d5, bishop f6, queen c8, bishop d8, knight g4, rook c7, queen b8, the final point. White was clearly better. There was a golden opportunity, and I hand it over to you, Tanya. You can after show this queen c3 move yourself and explain it.
At the very end, but I have to say, Peter, this line that you just showed, queen b5, queen e8, queen c8, I mean, it's just impossible for anybody to play this on the board, which is why we always tell our viewers to not just blindly look at the engine and say that this was easy or how did the player miss this, because how do you find something like this? Only a brute force AI can tell you that these are the lines that work, and what is the difference between going knight to h6 and taking that pawn on c3. Every time I see these incredible ideas, I am just mind blown by the complexities that are there in chess. Let's move on to that last moment that we had, Peter, which was just such an incredibly difficult situation here we had, where I really liked how White had developed and made this construction with the knight on c4, and it looked like he was doing everything right. And I think this move, king to h8, which at first we couldn't really understand what was going on, but you had pointed out the idea. So take us through this, because this was the key point which actually led to that queen c3 moment on the board. Just super instructive stuff. Take it away, Peter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this king h8 first, I remember I was the one who was saying that it's kind of pity for black if he has to make a move king h8, because it does nothing to the position. And we also spoke about that actually black's only chance is, it might look like terrible because, okay, you want to attack because you are 2 pawns down, but actually you have to play the move rook d5 somewhere. But if black would have played rook d5 immediately here, that would have run into rook d5, e takes d5, you have to take with the pawn. That's the whole point of disbalancing this knight from c4. White goes knight e3. Now the queens cannot be traded. You sidestep with the queen to e6, attacking the knight, and then suddenly White plays queen d3, attacking the pawn on d5. And after the d5, d4 push, actually White even has the very nice technical move queen c4, winning on the spot, because after the trade of queens, there is nothing to talk about. So the move king h8 actually was a brilliant preparatory move for this rook d5. Jan, knowing that he's actually lost, he needs to create some practical chances, and he spotted it. And we have to also mention that Anish was low on the clock. He was down to a minute. So he just played the move like h3, because exactly just as we said that, okay, what changed after king h8? Basically nothing changed. Let me make sure that this pawn is never hanging. And now Jan used the move rook d5, rook takes d5. Okay, one can actually already maybe criticize the move rook takes d5, practically speaking, after knowing what happened in the game, but it's such a very natural way of reacting from the white side that, okay, you know what, you want to get e d5, I don't care because I'm anyway completely winning, so let's change everything. Knight e3 again, the tempo. Black's queen sidesteps to e6, White goes along with knight g4, because that's the kind of point that now you want to disbalance the bishop. And also the big difference that compared to the king g8 position, after queen d3 now black has queen e5. I forgot to mention there with king on g8 position that of course then black would have run into queen takes d5 check, and the game is lost. With king on h8 that's not the case. So Anish had to kind of play for him logically knight g4, but we were a little bit worried of this knight moving away from White's king. But Anish, thinking that he has everything under control, he went bishop d4, queen d3, kicking the bishop away, bishop c5, and this is the moment when you are down to 1 minute on your clock. You kind of feel relieved that, okay, finally I managed to remove this bishop from the diagonal, nothing can happen to me. Let me make sure that my knight will get back to the game, because then it's automatically game over. So you play the move f4, your opponent blitzes out the move queen e1, and you realize that your idea knight e5 cannot really be played, because then queen f2 check, the pawn is falling, there are many checks, bishop d4 ideas are coming as well, definitely not what you want to try out. And Anish had a clear vision for this position, like, okay, you know what, I'm collecting another pawn, it's not about the pawn itself, but simply I'm not afraid of ghosts, because if you start checking me with queen e2, my king is actually running away. Something like this, just to illustrate, queen e2 check probably can be met by queen d2. Now again, black has to keep checking, queen e4 check. Now White's king moves to b2, bishop d4 check. Finally, White brings the king back to a1. And thanks to this queen on d2, there are no ways for White to penetrate the first rank. Then the knight comes to the game and slowly secures victory for White. That's probably what Anish had expected. And after queen takes e5, instantly blitzed out this incredible stunner, silent killer move queen c3. I mean, the reason why I'm calling it
for me, this was the moment. This was the move of the match for me. I mean, finding this and playing it so fast, and Anish also just taken by complete surprise here. And it just wraps up the game on the spot. You know, what really amazed me was that he didn't take any time to make this move. It was an idea that just comes so naturally to him. And this is what Anish was saying in his interview as well, just how tricky and dangerous he is. Queen c3, you don't get tempted with any check, but are actually threatening the devious bishop d4, falling back from the diagonal and then bringing it back into it with the queen on front. Just a brilliant construction and found in absolutely no time by Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think this was super impressive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this queen c3 was such a killer blow for Anish, because he was completely sure that he has done everything right. Yeah, he's just about to cash in all the hard work that he has invested into this game. And then all of a sudden, queen c3, and there is just no way for white to play, because the only defensive move like queen d1, making sure that you are kind of getting safety, runs into bishop d4, and queen a1 checkmate had been covered. But how do you stop queen b2
queen
checkmate?
b1, there's queen d2, bishop c5 mate as well. So there's just no running away. There's no escape.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of the terrible reality that Anish had to be faced with after
Let's
queen
just
c3.
follow this line through, that in the end, after bishop c5, b4, a takes b4, king b3, queen c3, queen a3. So even though you've got, let's just have that on the board, Peter, to show the end of it. Of course, maybe there are many other ways, but the simplest one, you bring the queen to a3 and that's over. Just the kind of dangers that exist in this position, despite being 3 pawns down. And Anish knew it instantly, that there was no fighting it. The other thing, while you were just breaking this down to us, a key moment to play queen e1 as well, because you don't want to allow white's knight to e5, blocking the queen back onto e6, where it will have no place. So regardless of whether you're losing the d5 pawn or not, you know this is a move that you have to make, which is the only one that can give you any chances at all. You don't shy away from these kind of moves.
Exactly. You have to use your momentum immediately, because you do feel that white's king is vulnerable. I mean, you cannot give white any time to block your queen. And yeah, this queen takes d5 connected with everything. It was already very, very logical. So probably this whole knight g4, queen d3, f4 plan was very, very unfortunate for Anish, because he already followed it up with the logical move, and it got hit by queen c3. I mean, a stunner. And basically, I think thanks to this stunning resource, Jan managed to keep today the balance. It might, say that it's the first game. If this would happen, then who knows what would have happened. Yes, definitely. I mean, then Jan would be also maybe in more aggressive mood or whatever. But actually, I felt like, playing the bishop g5 Najdorf is one of the most aggressive ways to put the Najdorf under pressure. So I don't know exactly what Jan could have done differently, even if he would have lost this first game. But okay, finally we got a 2-2 scorecard. Definitely Anish should be disappointed, because he had this golden opportunity. Also in the third game he had chances, but Jan again just showed that how incredible practical player he is. He's always finding and spots any kind of small chances and bounces back. You can never be sure of yourself. And that's it. I mean, we got a tie today, and we are in for a treat tomorrow.
I mean, this set one just goes on to show what form these two players are. Absolutely incredible. And I think it does come down to the amount of work they've been doing for the candidates, the preparation they have, how in shape they are, and what we witnessed today has made it very clear that this is going to be a very close fight. Let's bring up our viewers poll that we saw at the beginning of the match, because I think, Peter, we're going to see big turnarounds in that for tomorrow. Magnus, yes, 71% was a big favorite there. And today it just looked like Wesley was not the Wesley that we know him to be. After that game one disaster, just couldn't find any rhythm, any motivation to come back. All downhill from there. 68%, 32% to Jan is what our audience, our viewers gave to this final. I think we might see that come a little close, that margin. It was very clear today, the kind of fight and the kind of struggle that these two are facing against each other. Anish had that chance in game one, but Jan putting so much pressure on the clock was not able to, Anish wasn't really able to find the precise way forward. ended with 2-2. We've set ourselves up for an incredible last day of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational to see who goes back home with $60,000 with a spot in the finals in September. And of course, prestige, glory, and confidence, considering that these two are going to be playing the first game when the candidates resume. So lots at stake tomorrow. And of course, to enjoy all the exciting chess, you need to do it on Opera. Opera is our browsing partners. It's what the players are using to play their games. It's got some very cool specialized, personalized features, some built-ins which take your gaming experience to a whole new level. So check out Opera. And for the environment from where the players are playing, making sure that they breathe better, so they live better, so they play better, it is Airthings. So a big shout out to our partners, Airthings, Opera, and Breakthrough Initiatives for supporting. And if you would like to support everything that Chess24 does, do consider going premium. There's a 40% off. You support the tour. You also invest in your own game. You get to be a part of the Champions Chess Tour and have the whole immersive experience. For now, it's a night out from Peter and I here, and we'll be back tomorrow with all the action. It's the final day. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then. Good night.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom! Well, well.